गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन, सभी को नमस्कार। वेलकम टू डे 14 of Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit. It's a 24-day summit and today is day number 14, and the theme for today is United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 10, reduced inequalities. We all know that all human beings are a reflection of the same supreme soul, but due to various parameters defined by human communities and due to various evolution level, we have divided people into various classification. However, all these classifications are done to bring the entire world into an order, into a system which can be beneficial for everyone and establish justice. However, if these inequalities grow beyond a certain limit, then it starts producing injustice, problems, and results into a catastrophic failure of systems over a period of time. So if we diagnose the state of the ecosystem today, there is a huge revolution, thought revolution required to reduce these inequalities by creating systems which bring justice to human communities. So today's theme will focus on that sustainable development goal, which is related to reducing the inequalities between human beings and communities and countries and bring the world back to a higher consciousness zone. So we have 4 speakers lined up today who will be given a 45 minutes slot each, followed by a 40 minutes panel discussion in which we'll ask questions to all the panelists and get enlightened about this subject deeper. So like always, we'll start our day with a 10 minutes Project YugParivartan Synergy meditation, and then we'll invite our first speaker of the day on the dais to take it forward. So please be ready. Keep your neck and spine straight. Bring your body to comfort. From top to the bottom, give a mental command to all bodily organs, internal and external, to relax. Give the mental command, relax. All cells, tissues, organs, organ system, everything relaxed. Now take your concentration towards your breathing. And relax the breathing in and breathing out. Breathing is the connection between gross body and subtle body. And hence, it is important to exercise the breathing so that body can accept the commands of the mind and mind can operate the body effectively. Any disturbance, shallowness in the breathing pattern results into ineffective service delivered by us. Now take your concentration to your mind, which is nothing but the qualitative part of our existence and is composed of three types of energies. Part of our mind remains in dark. Part of our mind gets the light of truth and becomes transparent. And there is something in between this darkness and the light, the state of transience, clouded thinking, unclear cognition, translucency. All three qualitative aspects create our mind. Mind is the instrument through which we observe. And if there is a noise, chatter, disturbance in the mind, it reflects into a defect in observation, thereby pushing us towards illusion. So silence all the vibrations of the mind and make it vibration free, 100% transparent, which we also call as mindfulness, self-actualized, ekagrachit, sampragyat samadhi, seedful contemplation. All these are synonyms of an uncluttered mind. Now, as I said, mind is the instrument of observation and not the actual observer. So let us witness the actual observer for a moment. Bring your focus on the top of your head and try to see the world from there. How it looks like. The defect-free cognition, pure observation through the purified observer. Keep observing this point and see that we all are one if we see the world from here. This is the point of view of God, of Almighty, of the universe. Point of view based on eternal principles. If we observe the world from here, we realize that everyone is equal. Everyone is reflection of God. Even if we are atheist, we can replace the word God with absolute truth. Only from this point, we can see the absolute truth. Everywhere else, is a mix with illusion. So how come this all inequalities have cropped up around the world? The only reason is observing the world from a lower viewpoint. Project YugParivartan is that initiative which aims to bring everyone to this point of view so that all the inequalities of the world can be neutralized. The 4 sessions that we are going to have today will focus on various ways through which this inequality can be reduced. Be in this point of view for a few moments. Be with yourself. Be with the Almighty. Be with the truth. And become the truth. Now, let us come back to our usual consciousness. First, activate your mind. Activate your emotions. Now, activate your breathing. Take 2-3 deep breathing cycles. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. Now bring your consciousness to your body. From top to the bottom, activate the entire body. All the organ systems. Activate all the organs. Activate all the tissues. Now activate each and every cell. Stay in this posture for a few seconds. Now bring your focus to your palms. Rub them together. And gently massage your eyes. And your face. And your body. With 5-6 blinks, open your eyes. And for the next 3.5 hours, try to learn as much as possible from the wonderful insights shared by all the eminent speakers on the subject of UN SDG goal number 10. Welcome once again to 14th day of this 24 days Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit 2021. With this, I hand over the mic to my colleague, Mr. Varun Gupta, to invite our first speaker of the day to the dais.
Thank you, sir. The first speaker on the dais is Dr. Francine Pinto. She is the doctorate in sustainable development with specialization in organic waste management. Her life's vision is to create a world of abundant resources. She is the founder director of Garbage Concern Welfare Society since 2005 and CEO International Green Venture Funds. She is the winner of the Women Entrepreneur Award 2012, 13 and 15. She has executed key initiatives under corporate social responsibility in solid waste management for global companies like Mumbai International Airport Ltd, Vodafone, Sterlite Technologies, Mahindra and Mahindra, Yes Bank, and APM Terminus. She is a respected educationist who uses the realm of environment education through Green Angels program to develop much needed skill in future citizens. Has also conducted training programs in 66 schools, 25 colleges, 26 corporate houses, 192 slums, and 5 municipalities. Developed Green Manager program in 2007 has provided skill training in gardening, garbage management, basic merchandise, mechanized housekeeping, and basic health to 3,500 school dropouts in Mumbai, New Delhi, Latur, Gujarat, Palghar, and Pune, creating livelihood opportunities to the society disadvantaged group. She has worked as sustainability director at Innovation Cum Incubation Center at St. Xavier's Technical Institute for Idea Development, Business Design, and Handholding of startups to scale and leverage green ideas to help save Mother Earth and create inclusive economy since 2019. Over 100 green startups and she has trained till date. Through NGO Garbage Concern created opportunities for 3,000 youth to be part of social change through internship program and leadership module in 2005. She is also the author of Schizophrenia, Key to Happiness and the Influencers. So with a big round of applause, I request all of you to welcome Dr. Francine Pinto.
Welcome, Mr. Francine.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but your video is off.
Yeah, 1 minute. I'm having a little bit issue to put that screen, the background. Is it okay if I don't put the background?
Okay, fine.
Can you see my PPT?
Yes, your PPT is visible, but your video is still off.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Francine, could you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. 1 minute.
Okay.
Can you see me?
Not yet.
Yeah, now?
No, your video is off.
Okay. Sorry for the technical glitch.
No issues, yeah.
Actually, I normally use Google all the time. Google.
Yeah, there is an option. You'll see a camera icon over there. Earlier, your video was on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay. Can you see me? Is it fine?
Yes. Now it is fine.
Yeah. So welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us today at this wonderful, auspicious program regarding reducing the inequalities in society. My sincere gratitude to this forum, which has taken this initiative to, create better leadership in the society. So without further ado, I'll take you through. So you can see that the motto of today's session is the 10th the Sustainable Development Goal, which is reducing inequalities in society. You can see my screen, na? Hello? Hello?
Yes, your presentation is visible.
Yes. So if we go back in time and we look at humanity, the journey of humanity has been the story of man, And mankind, if you say, we are the intelligent form of life on planet Earth. And why are we intelligent is because among all the other living creatures, we are the only one who understands about resources and how to use resources. And all these resources are coming from Mother Nature. And these resources are basic resources like air, water, soil. We use natural resources to create our shelter, for our clothing. Mostly we require for our food sustenance. Also, we use Mother Nature to get all our metal, fuel, energy source. So nature is the provider, Mother Earth is the provider, and man, because of intellect, has been able to use these resources for himself, for his development, for progress. But this continued for several millennia, and the early mankind were quite content, or they lived in harmony with environment. So there was smaller groups of people, smaller communities, and most of them, we could call them today as the indigenous communities, or the Mool communities, or the Adivasis, or the Adi Manav, if you say in Hindi. These people lived in tandem with nature. Nature and them were friends. So they believed in sharing of resources. They used only what they needed. They also understood that they have to live in harmony with other life forms, plants, animals. All the creatures were their friends, and man was the custodian or the caregiver. And there was this also equality in the community. There was not much difference between male and female, so there was gender equality, and communities coexisted within each other's boundaries. So there was sort of a unity in diversity. However, when man began to progress, a few of the people understood that if they controlled all these resources, they could control a bigger chunk of the population, as well as they could control Mother Nature. So this group, because of power, because of greed, because of need to be superior, began amassing, and the simplest way was to use ammunition, use technology in the form of war, in the form of various strategies. And one of the key developments was bringing human beings, other human beings, under control through slavery. They literally made other human beings their slave, to that extent that that other human being had no right even to its own life or property, or they were just used as workers who had nothing. They were just like a donkey or any other domesticated animal, and human beings were being traded, and this again continued for several centuries. The other problem which grew is certain structures were created to control the people. So people were differentiated on the caste, on the creed, on the color, on the geography, on the status. And these few people who were little bit stronger abused the power. They also abused Mother Nature by doing irreversible damage through mining, through breaking down mountains, changing the course of the water bodies, polluting. And one other thing happened is that gradually, as the male dominance increased, females got pushed back into the house. They got more and more pressurized with the laws or the culture, and there was an inequality between the genders. Previously, the genders were very working as a team. Now, women were considered as secondary citizens, and they were not educated, not given their status in the family. And as a result, women slowly started believing that and that continued. So gender equality was another outcome of this greed which happened. Now, if you go back to around 5,000 years, from 5,000 years onwards, there has been a trend that approximately 1% of the population controls 96% of the resources. And if you go throughout history, you will find that this, this statistics resonates. If you go into various dynasties which ruled the planet at different stages, if you go to Romans, you go to, in India also we had various kings who came and went in the Europe, all over the world, this formula, this statistics resonates that only 1% was controlling 96%. So if you look at it on the other side, it means that 99% of the population which is balanced had to survive with just 4%. So this is a very big contrast that 99% has such a small amount to survive. And this 1% continued to manage, continued to control through war, through colonization. If you see all the last 500-600 years, certain population went on to capture various countries in the world, all in the name of colonization, all in the name of getting natural resources of the different continents, where it was India, it was Africa, it was Middle East. They were everywhere. People went and conquered other people's territories through ammunition. So because they discovered gunpowder and weaponry, this was possible because the native or the indigenous people were very, their technology was more ancient. They had not developed their technology. So they were not able to. Also, other thing happened was diseases because of the colonization reached all over the planet. Now, if you go to more closer 200 years ago, another type of organization started emerging, which is called as the cooperation. There are big, massive corporations today who rule our planet. These corporations are controlling anything we need in the world. We need to give these corporations some amount of money in the form of taxes, in the form of revenue. Everything is controlled by them. And as a result, the divide between haves and have-nots has again widened. And this has resulted, these corporations are totally capitalistic in their nature. They are totally money-centric. They are totally, looking at profit. They don't look at the customer or the consumer. And they have resulted in technologies which have created pollution, environmental degradation, and massive resource depletion. This story continues till today. So if you look at it from a spiritual context, at the beginning, Hitesh spoke precisely about what the forum of self-actualized leaders is looking at. It is looking at creating justice and equality. Now, this 1% population, which is controlling the 96% population, is operating at a different level. And let us understand what level, why are they operating? So their understanding is that they are superior and the rest of the people are inferior. That means they do not understand that all of us come from a single source. We all have our own individual divine, that God exists in everybody. So somehow there is a disconnect and there is a lack of understanding that each of us is interconnected. The other aspect is all these people are having an insecurity mindset. They think that they have crores and billions of dollars in their bank account and that is going to give them the power. But they fail to realize that tomorrow when they die, they are not going to be taking a single rupee with them. but they are operating from an insecurity mindset, which is creating them to have this so-called superiority complex and need to control. The third aspect is these people are ignorant about the universal laws. The universal laws of truth, of the universal laws which are evident throughout the universe, and that has created them to go into the material realm rather than on the spiritual level. They are very weak. Another aspect is some of the most important laws of environment, laws of the universe are hidden from the masses. The masses have been deprived from this beautiful knowledge. As a result, the mass population believes that I am insignificant, my life has no meaning, I am just a outcome of destiny. And as a result, these people don't even question if they are in a particular situation where they are in slavery, where they are in a material crunch, where they are in an inequality zone, because they have been programmed, because they do not have access to this universal truth. Another part is blind faith in the authority. Whatever the authority is saying, I am a gulam, I am a slave, I am a part of the rules, and I have to follow the rules. And if I don't follow the rules, I will get punished. So this programming has led to a lot of people continuing to live in that survival mode, not able to move beyond, not able to get actualized. Finally, the most important part is that all these masses have a lack of self-worth. They do not understand that each of them is part of the divine. And each and every individual born on our planet has a purpose, which is the actualization of your own life, or your own destiny. So all these things are interconnected. The 1% being disconnected because they don't understand that we are one, and the masses not knowing about this hidden knowledge, they are not able to actualize themselves. As a result, this is what is happening in today's world. Now, if you go into history, you will find that at various point in time, different Mahatmas, different actualized people have risen on planet Earth. We have Gautam Buddha, Mahavir, Christ, Sai Baba, Swami Vivekanand, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Dr. Annie Besant, Mahatma Gandhi, Lal Bahadur Shastri, recently Dr. Baba Amte, and there are several people who we know, Nelson Mandela. These are people who understood the truth that we are all part of divine, we are all one, and we all have a common purpose, is to share and care and to give each other that support to grow. So the awakening has happened, but at various point in time, the awakening is not happening at such a massive scale. And I am very happy that today I'm part of this forum of self-actualized leaders, where this message of hope is going to a bigger population, especially to our youth. And there is a big change happening from bottom up. Now, if you understand the difference, if on one side there is lack of understanding of our interconnectedness, then how can we change it? If we are able to give every child the knowledge of ourselves as the part of divine, then it becomes important. Each child understands his or her self-worth, his or her place in the community, and that is how this shift can happen. We move from insecurity mindset to an abundance mindset. That means even though 99% of the population has to use just 4% of the resources, That 4% is so abundant, so plentiful, that every person will get sufficient and more to serve nature, to serve the community. The shift has to happen. Then we have to move from the lack of understanding of the universal laws into fine-tuning ourselves with the universal laws. That happens only when we collectively put our efforts in learning the universal laws through various channels. This forum is one of them. There are several great leaders today on the planet who are doing this simultaneously. This knowledge which is hidden from the masses can reach them by the sharing of the right knowledge. And the people who once did not question, who were very submissive, who were very accepting, who were very humble, can now get the knowledge and have the capacity to change, to build bridges, to build the truth, and to move from blind faith in the authority to ourselves as one massive part of the divine and an equal society. And finally, from moving from the lack of self-worth to understanding that each of us is worthy of all the abundance, all the resources, all the greatness of the divine. So I'll now like to share what our NGO Garbage Concern Welfare Society has been doing, and you will understand where we are coming from, how we believe in the abundance mindset. So you can see that our Garbage Concern Welfare Society, I started in 2005, and our motto is changing indifference into action. We work on 3 modules, that is capacity building of people, to understand that waste is wealth. We create systems to ensure that waste is effectively managed wherever it is produced. And the third part is we create various platforms for creation of livelihood. Now, all these are interconnected. You will understand more as we go further. So how do we do the capacity building? We have series of workshops which can happen for individuals. We can do it in corporate companies. We teach people to become green thinkers. We help them to solve environmental problems. We help each person to become a change leader by reducing their individual footprint on the environment, by adopting a greener lifestyle, and doing everything possible to restore Mother Earth and reverse the damage which has happened in the past so many years. So these workshops are very important to creating green people, green leaders, green change makers. The next one is we have a program called as Startup Green, which is an entrepreneurship program where we help people to change. So today's education system has just created people who have a degree, but they do not have a skill set. As a result, there is a big gap in learning and application. So we realize that other side is there is a big problem of livelihood, because as more and more companies are going into artificial intelligence, the requirement of lower scale employable is growing, is reducing. So there is a big chunk of people who have a degree but are not getting jobs. So we realize that there is another problem, that is environment is having a lot of pollution, environment is having a lot of challenges, environment needs to be restored. So we said, let's marry these two problems of requirement of job and solving environment. And we came out with this program called as Startup Green, entrepreneurship program of just 8 weeks, that is one session a week, and you get ready to start your own green business. And we have currently trained more than 35 people in the last 3 months. We have simultaneous batches, plus we have helped other entrepreneurs grow their business. So it's a very simple format. It gets totally online, and we believe that we want to create more than 1 lakh such startups by 2030. Another program which we run is specially for school dropouts and rag pickers. Now, rag pickers are the people who scavenge in the garbage, which the dustbins which are outside your building after or your house, where after you have put all your garbage or waste in that, they pick up the plastic, the paper, the glass, metal, and then they gather it and go and sell it, and that's their livelihood source. Now we realize that when the governments are all over India slowly moving to zero waste or zero discharge communities, there will be no garbage available for these people, because the garbage will come in a segregated format and then it will directly go into recycling. So there will be a point in time that there might be no dustbins outside the building or the community. And so where will these people go? How will they survive? So we realized that we need to upskill them, and we train them in gardening, mechanized housekeeping, and conversion of organic waste into compost. We have trained more than 5,000 such people pan-India, and this number has grown significantly from 2007, and it has created people who are now able to be part of the more organized sector. People who were previously scavenging have a better source for life. Another program which we run is businesses who are 2 or 3 years old and they need to grow. We help them, we train them, and we ensure that they get all the supports from the government of India, from the startup forum, from the various banking and financial institutions. We help them to design their products and services such a way that they contribute to creating livelihood as well as bringing down the environmental footprint. Also, their businesses are designed such a way that they create livelihood opportunities for both rural and urban low income communities. So this program, we have recently finished training 12 people, and these businesses are growing, and all over India there are several such people, many of them women, and they are able to, each of them, give jobs to more than 25-30 people. So it creates livelihood for not just for the woman, but also for 25-30 more individuals, 25-30 more families, and that's how the economy grows. There is plenty for everyone. The other thing which we do is waste management. So we teach people to do composting in buckets in their own house, and you can do it very effectively. If you are a family of 4, you just need 2 dustbins, buckets like this, and few earthworms, and it's very self-sustaining model. We have trained more than 3,000 families in that. Another program which we run is Youth for Change. We believe that the youth, just like this platform is giving opportunity to the youth, the same way Garbage Concern has this Youth for Change, and we have trained more than 3,000 student volunteers, many of them from various B schools across Mumbai and Pune, and they are learning live demos. They're working with entrepreneurs, they're working on live projects, they're understanding how to, holistic development takes place, and they are becoming again change leaders. Because when they're working on these live projects, they are also getting exposed to all the nitty-gritties of entrepreneurship, nitty-gritties of management, nitty-gritties of scale. So as a result, they become part of change, they become leaders within themselves. Now, where does Garbage Concern get its bread and butter? So the bread and butter, we can say, our NGO does not require to get donations. Rather, we survive by giving services in the form of waste management services. So there are 2 types. One we do for big companies, malls, for bigger institutions, and this is how we do it. We create on-site such community composting bins, and then we have boys who go and do the day-to-day maintenance, and we charge them So that is the way we work for corporates. For housing societies, we do something called as rent-a-waste management, wherein we give such ready-made tanks and crusher. And right now we have doing it for 10,000 flats in Bombay, in Mumbai, and we have 22 boys working for us who are getting a good 12 to 15,000 salary, and they are converting daily nearly 10,000 tons of compost is getting generated in the city of Mumbai through our process. So how do we work? We go through something called as a waste audit. We understand where the waste is coming, how the waste is being collected. Then we teach the building about segregation into dry, wet, and into untreated. That means when you do segregation, 85% of the waste is becoming a resource. That means 85% of the waste can be composted, and some of them plastic can go into recycling. So only 15% needs to be given to the local municipal body. So as a result, there is an 85% reduction of waste going out of the community, out of your building. And this waste becomes a resource. So we put up the system so the waste, wet waste, organic waste becomes the compost, and the plastic, paper, metal goes directly to the recycler to become other products and which are reusable, which are sellable. So another chain of services or products gets back into the system. So it's a circular economy. And as a result, we also give them the day-to-day services, which gives livelihood to the have-nots in society. So here I would like to discuss especially how waste is very important in bringing down. Waste management is a very integral part in creating sustainable communities, as well as creating and reducing inequality. So the first part which I would say is, what are the benefits to the individual community? And the first and foremost, the government of India has from 2017 said that everybody who is doing waste management on the source will get a rebate on their property tax. So this is one of the greatest developments which has happened, because our people today, all people require a kind of incentive, and this incentivization has helped many people to take up waste management, because when they are doing it, they're getting this property tax benefit. Also, as I said, 85% of the waste will become something which will go back into the system. So only 15% needs to go into the BMC or for the further management. So the dependence on the municipality reduces, and only by 85%, or we require them only for 15%. Now, because of segregation, the waste handling becomes easier, and there is time also efficient. Also, the amount of energy which is required to, so if normally if you are not doing segregation, or you're doing segregation and your waste is handed over directly to the municipal body, the municipal body will collect it in vehicles. The vehicles require diesel, petrol, and then they will take it far away, meaning 50-60 kilometers. So every day your waste is going to some other location in front of somebody else's house. So that causes pollution. There is unnecessary use of energy in the form of diesel, petrol, manpower. The moment you sort out the waste within your premise, you do segregation and you put the system, this entire energy loss gets reduced, becomes zero. Also, when energy is consumed, all the diesel and petrol vehicles give out all the toxic gases. So again, because you're doing the system in your premise itself, you're reducing day on day all the gaseous pollution. Third, the municipality will mostly go and put your garbage into something called as a landfill. So when you put in the landfill, that landfill is going to be on a eco-sensitive zone. It is normally a creek site or a water body, and gradually that place becomes polluted. The plant and other animal species of that area die, fish die. So that again is another ecological disaster. In India itself, there is nearly 5% of the land which has gone into just creating such dumping grounds where the waste has got accumulated and it has created pollution which will never be able to be restored because it is toxic, releasing methane gas as well as killing several species. In fact, there is a study done in Mumbai for an area called Thane that 35 years back, where the Thane creek was there, they started dumping the garbage of that area. So 35 years back, there were more than 85 species of fish in that region. Today, after 35 years, only 13 species of fish are there. So that means in a span of 35 years, so many fish died. So many species, were lost because of this man-made dumping ground. So you can imagine that if we just went on doing waste management in a very specific manner, we are creating not just reducing the footprint in terms of the pollution, as well as we are creating lots of livelihood, which again, when people have livelihood, people have jobs, again, there is reduction in the inequality or the status of people. The other thing which is happening is that indoor pollution also reduces by 65%. Now, every 1 kg of waste gives you 100 grams of compost, which is natural plant food. So again, if all India is going to be doing this, imagine the amount of compost which will be generated. We can immediately shift from the current chemical fertilizer based crop patterns, the agriculture system, which is again, if I go into that, it will take another session, where we know that how pesticides and fertilizers have entered into our body because of that, and that has created cancer, created so many human diseases, as also polluted the water body. So the moment we shift from that chemical fertilizer and use this natural fertilizer, our soil will become back again enriched, our food will be growing in natural way. Again, we will be eating organic food, and our health will improve, our lifestyle will improve, which is another way of bringing equality into the community. All of us have a right to natural, healthy, and holistic food. I think composting gives us that opportunity to create healthy food, which is a human right for everybody. Now, I would like to finally conclude my presentation. It's almost getting towards an end. That if you just do this one change, that is, you do not allow your waste to go to the municipal body, and you ensure that maximum of it is recycled within the community, within the system of generation. If India does it, what will happen? If India does it, 25 billion tons of compost will be generated annually. Such a big number to think. This 25 tons can revive 4 lakh hectares of wasteland. What is wasteland? Land which, people went and used the topsoil to make bricks, or people went and put construction debris over there. All that land can be restored. Also, a lot of land has been lost because when you're putting chemical fertilizer like urea and all these phosphates, within 3-4 years, that soil becomes very hard. And only the top 5-6 inches of the soil is actually where the food grows. So we have lost all that topsoil. Now, if we are utilizing this compost, we can revive 4 lakh hectares of wasteland every year. Also, because we are going to be using this organic fertilizer, our water bodies will get healed. All that pollution and that leachate and all that chemicals which have gone in all our rivers and ponds will get washed away clean, and we will have clean, healthy water, which is again a very important part of our human right to have clean drinking water. Doesn't require to be treated again chemically. Natural water from the natural source. Also, if we do composting, and we will be reducing 85% of the pollution. Also, a lot of the plastic becomes available because it is coming in the segregated form. So over 12 billion tons of plastic can be recycled. Plastic recycling again is a very, very big topic. We can make oil from plastic. We can convert it into other products. So plastic will not go into the water bodies. Plastic will not go into the stomach of all the animals in the sea. So because we are doing the segregation at source, biggest thing which waste management can do is that it can create more than 10 million jobs. It's such a big number, because at every level we will require people to handle all these projects, and it will be again a very, very big way of creating an equal society, bringing down the social injustice. Because when you don't have a job, you automatically, they say idle mind is a devil's workshop. That is, when you don't have your roji roti, you will think how you will fill your stomach, and then you end up in crime. Now, because there is so much of opportunity through this system, so many jobs, so many families empowered, the air pollution will reduce, so there will be improvement in air quality. Also, all this compost can create a lot of afforestation. Afforestation will result in good amount of greenery as well as oxygen. Finally, if India says that we will put this really into practice, all the land, I said 5% of our land has become dumping ground. We can recover all that land over a period of 15 years if this policy of zero dumping comes into play. So with this just one parameter, one aspect, there are many other aspects which I can share, is water recycling, rainwater harvesting, growing plants, vertical gardens, urban forestry, terrace farming, n number of things can be possible. But I will require another day to explain that. My take today for garbage concern, we believe that just putting waste management as a priority, so much of good can happen in our communities. If you want to learn more about what we do, you can connect with me on WhatsApp. This is my number, 9820-702096. We believe small actions and lots of people brings big change. It's all in the mindset. Inequality is just a mindset. It just needs us to shift into the abundance mindset. The action, the time for action is right now. I'm thankful to the founders of this platform for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on reducing inequalities. Wishing all of you and other speakers happy journey ahead. Thank you. God bless you. With that, I end my session. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Pinto. It was really very insightful, very energetic, and a lot of good information is shared through the presentation. And as you have rightly said, this would require a full day session to get into the deepest aspects of all this vision. And we would love to see you more often in our platform as a speaker, as well as we can also have a dedicated session with you, wherein these things can be explained in detail.
Thank you.
So all this content will go to our Project YugParivartan YouTube channel after editing, so that several more people can get benefited out of it. And let me also invite you through this platform to join Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform, wherein synergy between like-minded people through mission networking and ideology networking and business networking is being enabled. So you must have seen a lot of business networking all around.
Yes.
But the special thing about Self-Actualized Leaders Network is that it is a mission networking platform.
Very.
So as you can see that even the United Nations, which is the world's biggest organization, having the largest influence on this planet, even they have structured all the problems of the world into 17 UN SDGs.
Yes.
So this means if all people who are working on these UN SDGs, if they are brought together through an intelligent system, they would be able to synergize better and produce an effect which is larger than the sum of its parts. So this is where defined values consultants, SALN and Project YugParivartan have their USP. We are bringing people from all walks of life onto this platform, whether they are from religious background, spiritual background, business background, or leadership background. All of them are brought together. So this is how we can grow as a community, human community. So we would definitely love to see you on this platform, and a dedicated session with you is now due. So I request my colleague Arvind Tiwari ji to note it down that we need to have a dedicated session with Dr. Pinto.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Definitely,
Thanks a
yes,
lot.
Hitesh, it will be our privilege and our total group's privilege to have Francine Pinto with us. Such a wonderful presentation. It was really eye-opening. The person who works on the ground speaks without writing or doing anything, speaks with his or her words. It was a wonderful session.
Right. It was very clearly visible that it is coming from self-actualized state of mind. And I think this is the right platform wherein we can benefit from you. We won't say that you can benefit from us.
It's mutual, sir. Right people, right resources, right opportunities merge at the right time.
Right. So time has come, as you have rightly said, the time is now. And Project YugParivartan is that initiative which will eventually become world's largest thought revolution, that without even a drop of blood, just by our sweat, we will be able to achieve the golden age.
Super.
So thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Francine. And we would love to see you in the panel discussion. There are certain questions which have come up. So I have noted them down. So during the panel discussion, we will ask those questions, not only from you, but from the other panelists as well.
Sure. I'll be
Thanks.
there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All the best to the other participants also.
Thank you. Great. So after this wonderful session, let us move on to our next speaker of the day, and for which I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Varun Kumar Gupta, to come on stage and invite our next speaker on dais.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Ms. Lavishka Solanki. Lavisha Solanki is the founder of Empowered Youth Assembly Organization. She is just 20 years old and she is pursuing her bachelor's in political science from the Lakshmibai College affiliated with the University of Delhi. She is an education activist, a student leader, an active debater, a maverick researcher, and student achiever in the International Student Achiever Forum in Far Eastern University, an international relations office in Philippines. In fact, she also has a huge interest in international relations and learning diplomacy to investigate different issues and expect to contribute to building a superior world. She aspires to be a civil servant in the future to serve at the grassroots levels of her country. She has till now participated in various conferences in both national and international levels and won various awards too. She has till now mentored in various universities and forums in order to give sessions on public speaking and global issues. She is always eager to search for an opportunity to bring a change. Don't wish for it, rather work for it, is what she always believed in. She expresses that her vision for this forum is to advance solidarity in diversity by clasping hands with the youth of the world. So with a big round of applause, I request all of you to welcome Ms. Lavisha Solanki.
Welcome, Lavisha. Welcome.
Thank you so much for this introduction, and thank you everybody for welcoming me in this prestigious forum. And I just want to thank the entire team. This particular initiative is really a need of an hour, and especially when you talk about SDGs, it's something which the youth of the country and in the organizations like us really need to connect. So I would just say a few things before I start the session, that I would try to keep this very interactive, and you guys feel free to ask any questions, any sort of comment or any sort of suggestions you want to keep on this particular topic. And this will be very interactive, and I will be just one thing I want to say, that as you mentioned, that I am a founder of a youth organization. I'm here to raise voice about various youth issues and give voice to these issues. And I want to talk about entire community who is willing to bring a change today in this world. So when you talk about specifically about SDG 10, I just want to say that reduce inequality has since moved to a forefront in the policy debate, I would say. And I hereby want to quote a statement, like it quotes about, and one thing that comes to my mind whenever I study about SDG, this particular SDG, is that leave no one behind. This is the entire the process. This is the entire verbatim that I want to quote while talking about this particular SDG. Whether you talk about 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development Goal, reducing inequality among the countries is basically one of the most important aspects, as I totally believe that it is totally related to other SDGs as well. Because when you talk about SDG 13, climate change, goal number 10 is totally related to that. And I'm going to explain you, and I'm going to make you realize that how I understood this particular statement and how these particular contexts can be taken into consideration into that aspect. So just for clarification, I didn't want it to be it sound like very monotonous. That's why I am speaking few of the facts that I want to quote here, that inequality within the countries is very high, but it is not rising everywhere. And this is something which people are not aware till date. And since 1990s, some inequalities, income inequalities has increased in most of the developed countries. Okay, so inequalities decline in most of the Latin American countries from 1990 to the early 2010, but it's increasing with the phase of time in some of them. So inequality trends differ across from countries and even similar to the levels of development. And this particular phase is diversified through their ethnicity, diversified through their race, and other sensitive matters for which I might say that people are not even responsible today. So the world is so far a goal of equal opportunities for all and sustainable development beyond the individual's control, such as gender, race, ethnicity. I would say a very important and a very relatable factor in this is that the migrant status of the children and the social economic status of their parents, and which continue from ages and has effect on their life in order to succeed. I just heard one statement from somebody. She just asked me that, Lavisha, like, which politician is basically asking for the refugees vote, because these people do not have their basic documents. Maybe they do not been recognized for a very longest time, and who is standing for them? I would say UNHCR, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, takes a lot of initiatives into that, but the fact is their basic recognition is not till date made into effect, that this particular goal is totally related to them, because it is somehow increasing the inequalities among the people. All right, and that's what is a need and a far, and I would say that is something a disadvantage that these people are facing from a very longest time. And high or growing inequalities not only like harm people living in the poverty or also disadvantage these groups. I would like to talk about specifically about a report that came in 2020, which gave a clear message. The report is called World Social Report 2020, and it gave a message that the future course of these complex challenges is not irreversible. When you talk about sustainable development goals, just for information, before sustainable development goals we had millennial goals. Okay, so I would call that millennial goals, you can call them as basically the parents of these sustainable development goals, because these were the broader aspects of the sustainable development goals. And organizations like us are working into context, but there is somehow increasing loophole in the surroundings, because people out there are not aware about various loopholes or various problems that exist in today's world. And there's something a matter of urbanization and the climate crisis that can be harnessed for more equitable and sustainable world, and they can be left for further to divide us. When I talk about the climate change, I will be proposing various solutions into aspect, because I believe in a solution based approach. I will be quoting that as well later. But the impact of such inequalities, I would quote that technological innovation, which is today increasing, the climate change, the urbanization, and the international migration that is increasing, this particular change is somehow responsible for inequalities that exist till date in the world. And in terms of the technological change, I want to say that it is somehow related to the economic growth as well, because these possibilities, the economic growth is somehow connected with the healthcare system. It is interconnected with the education. It is interconnected with the communication system. It is interconnected with the productivity of a person. And it can also exaggerate the wage system. I just want to quote this thing. I've been studying from a very longest time this particular code, in terms of this, and it is totally related to this particular goal, that riches are getting richer and the poorer are getting poorer. And even in the COVID-19 pandemic, I would able to clearly see this particular difference about these particular issues in the world. I come from university where students from different backgrounds, different culture, different from different countries even come. And in this particular span of time, I was able to see that what sort of technological background, what of technological disparity exists today in this world. Students were not able to give their exams just because of the technological devices which were not available to them. Don't you think it is something for which they're not even responsible, but that was affecting their entire system? They were ready to study, they were ready to give their time to studies, but just because of the disparity, they were not able to give, they were not given to their they're not able to give their 100%. And in this context, I would say that SDGs, I say that each and every country, or when you specifically talk about the context of India, the I don't want to quote about anything which is sensitive, but SDGs are the one which should be included in the manifestos of the political parties. Okay, not directly by mentioning them, but during their policies, these SDGs should be kept into such an extent that people are aware of them, and they're indirectly and directly affected by these particular, because this is something which can be it is basically a solution of each and every problem that exists today. And as I gave the example of my university, Delhi University have students from every background. Inequalities exist, and that would make me connect you guys that SDG 10 is totally related to SDG education. Provide education to everybody is totally related to them. So in terms of that as well, I want to quote that despite progress in some countries, income and wealth is increasingly concreted at the top. All right. And the share, I just want to quote an example. In fact, when I studied that, I was also able to see the disparity, and I was quite shocked with the statistical aspect, which says that the share of the income is going to the richest 1% of the total global population, and which has increased in the 46 out of 57 countries. And the areas for the data is from 1998 to 2015. And meanwhile, the bottom 40% earned less than 25% of the income in all 99 countries that exist in this particular data situation. Don't you think these statistics are not even like making us realize that what sort of disparity we are living today, and these particular disparities people are not even aware of, and they just concrete. I always say that no matter what you are doing in your life, no matter what is your state of mind, where you are from, but when you have this thing inside you that you have to raise your voice, you have to bring a change. Nobody can stop you in that. We, the youth of the country, and everybody who took the initiative, we are just that one stone which is being thrown into the lake to make thousands of ripples. No matter what is the size of that stone is, if you have that voice to make a change, we can do, we can break mountains. I would rather quote in that particular statistic. I would say, I want to quote one more statistic to all of you, that 2/3 of the world's population live in the countries where inequalities has grown, and out of this, at the rate of the progress observed in 1990s to 2010, it will take more than 4 decades to close the stunning gap between the ethnic groups. And such inequalities have historical roots, because we cannot deny this. All right, this is not something which happened today, yesterday, or 1 year ago. It has a very great historical roots into our existence, but often, even when there's a condition that generated them a change, ethnic minorities, for instance, often remain disadvantaged within the countries where special efforts are made to promote their inclusions. Okay, and members of these groups that suffered from discrimination in the past order, even fewer assets are remained, the lower level of social and human capital than other groups. And while I would say the prejudice and the discrimination is decried around the globe, and they remain persuasive in the obstacle to equal opportunity and to achieve this particular goal, I would rather say. Now, as I already mentioned to you guys, that I will be specifically talking about two major aspects. One of them is the technological revolution that is increasing today. Technological revolution in this particular, we are in this world. There's a rapid change of revolutionary factor. There's a rapid change of more disruptive technological breakthroughs and advanced biological factors, robotics, I would say, artificial intelligence, 3D printing. People feel it's very fascinating, but these technologies are transforming the economies and the societies with unfolding and often foreseen consequences that have been occurred today till date. And for its promised technological change trends to create winners and the losers. I would quote this statement again, that technological change tends to create winners and the loser. At this particular time, it's the current phase brings new and the urgent policies challenge which navigates the uncharted territories, and the government and the international institution address distributional efforts to maximize these benefits and opportunities in the new technologies that can be brought. And so far, the statistical and the research have been said that high skilled laborers, high skilled workers are benefiting from the new technologies, whereas the weaker ones are totally their entire structures have been changed. And in terms of education also, our generation is one of them which has already witnessed an evolution of the entire education system today. But this has created a job disruption, and it has created a mindset of low skilled and the middle skilled workers in the routine manual and cognitive task. And this is a wall that has been created between the labors today. And this is something which I say the extraordinary gains and which has been brought up from the new technologies. And I would say that for all the promises, technological change tends to create winners and losers, as I've already quoted. And the current phase of the policies is policies and other initiatives that have been taken. These are the challenges that are rising, and the inequality is not inevitable at that particular time, I would say. And the national policies, the international policies, and the institution, no matter inequalities in a rapidly changing world, it has captured a small dominance of some of the countries. And if these trends continues, they will lead to even greater polarization. It will lead to greater labor force. It would less the demand of the middle skilled worker, and it would again create a inequality. It would create a major gap of income. It would major create a gap of opportunities. It would create a gap of rapid structural change. It would create another disruptive factor. So even if we are in a technological revolution, we have this responsibility to create a balance between them. Train these people who are not that technologically good. Train these people. Take initiatives to like give these people to have this thing in their entire process of learning, that they are aware of these basic changes as well. I want to quote 3 key policies interventions into this in terms of technological revolution only. The 3 solutions that I give at that particular time: that first, invest in the skilled labor to enable these workers to perform new tasks over a lifetime of changing work environments. Second, provide them education at a very young age, and it will be longer sufficient for them. We will be just ultimately investing into human resource at that time. Second, support through work and life transitions, including the universal access to social protection, and efforts, strengthen the efforts to bridge that particular technological gap, and not let them divide with the other countries and other fellow humans as well. Then I would specifically talk about being the youth of this country. I would talk about the opportunity to promote the access of opportunity in this particular time, because mixed success in reducing inequalities within the countries calls for rethinking to strategies. It calls upon clearing no single set of policies which is applicable to all the countries till date. And instead of this, what I'm totally saying is that these 3 building blocks will be ultimately a very broad solution for all the problems that have been existing today. And one thing I want to say, that in terms of promoting equal opportunities for the youth of the country, for the people in this world, universal access to quality education, universal action in particular, opportunities, and encourage equal distribution of capabilities. One thing I want to say that that I have seen so far is that many of the organization, in fact, United Nations has taken a lot of initiatives into that context, that a lot of organizations are totally promoting unpaid internships for the youth of the country for equal the work they do. All right, United Nations, UN envoy, like they took an initiative that no longer unpaid internships, because at the end of the day, the human resource people, the students, are totally investing the equal time, responsibility, equal hard work than the paid employees. And don't you think that this would just create an inequality between them? Don't you think that this would ultimately create a discrimination about this thing? Because you are actually using the human resource. You are actually I think it's all about worth, and sometimes capital increases that worth for the people, and they would have this thing inside them that we are ultimately giving our hard work, and we'll get something in return. So this is something, exploitation, we have to stand against this exploitation efforts. And United Nations has taken a lot of initiatives, and we are the youth of the country is fighting for this particular issue from a very longest time, because we deserve it today. All right, because at the end of the day, it's all about hard work. It's all about the equal opportunities that people get, and these institutions have they are aware about this. It's not that nobody's aware about this. Even government has taken various initiatives to do that. Various ministries from India also, they give various paid internships to the youth. But I think the method of unpaid laborships, unpaid internships should be stopped, because it's high time today. And the government addressed this to disconnect by increasing investments in the labor market and institution, by policies and supporting new forms of collective representation as well. After that, I want to talk about inequality in the rapidly changing world. So I would say that it requires reforming the institution and influencing social norms and behaviors. Constitutional changes need for that, revision of the discriminatory laws and policies, passage of new laws to prevent discrimination, promote the well-being, promote the excluded groups that can lay a groundwork to the greater fairness. And however all these measures taken challenge this total status quo that exists today, and thus likely to encounter the resistance. In most of the cases, infractions due to the lack of sound technological factor and education support doesn't become a loophole, but at the end of the day, we are the one who have to stand for this, because this is particularly a very long term problem that is going to exist if we are not going to stand today. Because at the end of the day, we have to make a change, and nobody can stop us into that, I would rather say. So as long as you understand this particular gap, the first and the most initiative problem that you have to do in this thing is to come up with a solution by creating a large community about various methods. And in terms of that, Empowered Youth Assembly, the organization, is totally working into this context. We have organized various conferences. We on issues like we had a theme of positioning the youth into the global future, and after the sustainable future ahead. So this was the theme that was kept for us. And in terms of that as well, I would like to talk about specifically the last thing I want to quote about this thing, and it would take long for the while in terms of promoting solutions. I would say that exploitation of natural resources is a problem today, and it is a contributor into inequality and the conflicts that is new. We know the problem. I knew this problem, but what is the solution of this? So I hereby propose a solution in this, that the government should take initiatives to invest in sound and fair management of natural resources to reduce this particular inequality. After that, in terms of the climate change as well, I want to quote, because climate change is totally related to that, because people who are into the surroundings, into that particular region where several floods take place in a very frequent time, these people are not able to get their basic livelihood, and at the end of the day they face these sort of climate change. They face these sort of crises as well. So in terms of that, climate change and the disasters have an impact, and it creates an inequalities. The solution for this I propose is that promote institutional arrangements and provide equal and fair access to use of the natural resources. So natural resources, take a lot of importance, a lot of major control on these factors as well, because distribution of resources matters a lot. Because it's not fair to get all the resources, or it's not fair to give all the resources to a particular group of people. These are the global commons, I would rather say. So that the distribution of resources should be made into that level that everybody's getting the facilities of that. Into that regard, I would say the natural disaster and the environmental degradation which is existing today, it increases the level of displacement among the people. And in terms of displacement, we can propose a solution that protect the environment by adapting initiatives, by adapting some methods which promote to fight the climate change solutions to reduce these inequalities. So other organizations, and policy that should be initiated to make good institution which totally stand for these matters only. And that is something we can keep all these matters into the consideration. Next, I would say a very important matter of this thing, that mobilizing and support for the policies responses inequalities can be the challenging in the world. So to address that, other challenges to affect the inequalities within the countries is that namely the tax evasion, which is increasing today. Tax is something which is something a moral responsibility, I would say. It's legal as well, but evasion of this particular is not fair to the other people as well. Cross-border financial flows, transactional crimes, international trades, intellectual property rights, and other multilateral systems, they should take that particular major control, and the multilateral institution should raise their voice in these regions specifically and the countries to grow influence in the global economy, as well as to those groups that the communities are left behind today. And this is something very important, and people should stand about this thing, because I just want to quote that it is clearly increasing. These inequality, these statistics are not something which is increased today. This is something going from a very longest time. I just want to quote that, I would quote China. In China, the rising inequality is alongside greater than the social mobility, and in India as well, the harnessing the potential of the digital technologies is more influential than the development. And climate change is taking another factor. Brazil had planned a capital in which the gap between the people is increasing every day. And Vietnam, the small countries have larger share of the urban poverty. Problems like in terms of women as well. In various other countries, inequalities. How I can even this is something which is which can take hours to speak, that how the woman is today, some part of the community are facing such sort of discrimination. What's happening in Afghanistan is totally injustice, and it's completely related, it's completely influencing a discrimination in today's world. In terms of Rohingya in Myanmar, the citizens are denied of their basic ethnicity. So in 2020-21, we are still having these problems. Labor force participation rate is increasing every day. And even I would talk about that the percentage of the global population with the access of internet by the countries grouping is very less than you even think of. And climate change is something, how there's a lot of statistic that I could give, that how SDG 10 is totally related to climate change, because people are not standing they with several activities, several disastrous things are promoting climate change every day, and which is ultimately affected by us. And people are not aware that not a single organization, not few of the organization have to stand with it. Every single citizen of this world have to stand about these issues, because at the end of the day, this is our motherland. At the end of the day, we are the one who's going to stand. We are the one who's going to be responsible for it, and we are the one who's going to pay the consequences of that. And that's all. I would just want to say that no matter where you are, no matter what are you doing, if you have that vision, you can do anything. If you know the loophole, you can just do your bit. In that context, I just want to say, United Nations gave a lazy guide for everybody. This is basically, a guide for everybody, for the citizen, that how easily while sitting at home you can follow the sustainable development goals. Because it's not that in order to promote these goals, in order to fulfill these goals, you have to just join an organization. You can do it individually as well. And it's just a vision. So if there's an option of chat, I could just give you the link of that. I will be dropping the link. You can read that, and it would tell that even while sitting on that particular chair, how you can actually promote SDGs. So I think we have an option here as well. I hope that
Yes, you can post that on the
I will
chat
be
box.
sending. All right. I will be doing that. I would be rather sending it to anybody from the sector.
Yeah, you send it to me, then I will distribute it.
Yeah. So, all right. Thank you so much. I request you guys to read that, and this is one that particular guide will help you to follow the sustainable development goal at your full extent. Even you can send it to your friends and promote that thing, because it is a very great guide for everybody who is standing for a change today. And just for a while, that sustainable development goals is something which is is actually a solution of each and every problem that exists today. And it's just a vision that you have to promote. And at the end of the day, at the end of the speech, I just want to quote that, this particular initiative taken by you, the entire team, is something, very much appreciating, because at the time of the global pandemic, at the time, people are facing a lot of problems. There's one group who is very much active for promoting these solutions. They're talking about one of the most important problems, and it is basically a call of action conference that people are aware, and people will be getting that particular diverse mindset from a lot of people from various various institutions and various organizations. The people who are coming today here, I am sure that they will be having a very diverse vision and diverse point of view about this particular goal as well. And listening to them all together will not only give them a realization that what is the crisis situation, but also a vision that everybody can stand together to solve this thing. And it's just that we have to stand for these issues. We have to realize that it is basically a very critical situation, where if you're going to stand for it, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, it can solve various other problems as well. So I would just end my say over here, and want to thank all the team members for giving me the floor. It was an honor to be here, and thank you for all the questions. I will be just reading them and will be answering them as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Lavisha, for such a youthful insight on UNSDG goal number 10. And along with that, you have covered several other points as well, which are interrelated. Anyways, we all agree that all these 17 goals are interrelated. And during this pandemic time, the progress on these goals were badly affected, which led to United Nations also saying that it is very difficult now to meet these goals by 2030. So this actually gives a call for action to all those realized people who are sitting idle or not doing enough for the world so far. They have got that call for action through their soul calling as well, that consider this situation as an emergency situation and raise the bar of your performance to achieve all these goals. And you have rightly said that United Nations has very well encapsulated the world's problems into these 17 sustainable development goals. However, as a mentoring organization and aspiring to be the Vishwa Guru organization, we have found that there is a need for adding one more goal to it, as you can see in my banner as well, that 17 plus 1, the 18th goal, goal number 0, self-actualization of all leaders. Because if the leaders of the world are not in the path of self-actualization, what they are seeing is part truth and part filled with illusion. And if the leaders of the world are under illusion, they will not be able to take the world towards a visionary thinking. So this is where this goal number 0 makes sense. And we are creating a detailed draft of it. And we'll send that to the central government of India, through which we will take it to the United Nations as well. And it's not that we are waiting for the United Nations to approve that before we start our next course of action. We are already doing a lot of actions all across the country and in other countries as well, wherein self-actualization of people is being promoted. So as we are talking about goal number 10, reduced inequalities. So apart from various other inequalities that you have given focus on, there is another inequality, which is divine, which is spiritual, that people on the planet are in different zones and evolution level as far as their spiritual consciousness is concerned. So we have divided their spiritual vision into 6 levels, S1 to S6. So we are working on S5 people who are curious, who are in the zone of leadership, who have passed through all the roadblocks of their day-to-day life mentally. If not, even if they are physically struggling, mentally, if they have crossed those barriers, these are the people who can be converted into huge change leaders. And we can see that very prominently in you at a tender age of just 20. This is really very inspiring for the old people like us, that we have missed the boat. We have not done enough at an appropriate time. But as we say, jab jago tab savera. So it is time that we should raise the performance bar and do not sit and take too much rest. because the world is really in a danger. So this is really great to see that youth like you are so much mature about the problem diagnosis and are also aware of the pointers towards the solution. So I'll definitely go through this video once again and list down all the solutions that you have suggested and make sure that the youth wing of Project YugParivartan will get empowered through all these things. And we would also like to invite you to join Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform, Youth Wing, and with your all motivating thoughts and deep insights and vision, empower them to start their mission journey as early as possible in life. Right. So if I talk about myself, I have started it at the age of 35. So when I got that kind of enlightenment, I was praising God or thanking God that He has given me something at the age of 35, which people at the age of 50, 60, and 70 have not got. But the very moment that happiness turned into another question, that why at 35 and why not at 20? So when I saw you speaking today, this reminded me that if I had got that enlightenment at the age of 20, I would have performed much more than what I have done so far. So thanks a lot, Lavisha. Looking forward to see you in the panel. It's from 2:15 to 2:55 today. We are collecting all those questions, and you can also respond in the meanwhile through the chat box, the various questions which are asked, and then we will take that into a voice question at the end of the session today. Thanks a lot, Lavisha.
Thank you so much.
Okay, great. So with this, I would request my colleague, Mr. Arvind Tiwari, to invite our third speaker of the day and invite them on him on the dais.
Thank you, Hitesh. And I'll just say that age is just a number and it is wrapped in a body, and wonderfully presented by Lavisha. And it is given that the time you start is your age. Wonderful session by two ladies. Now we are going to have another wonderful session from Mr. Sudhir Kumar, Assistant Professor cum Program Leader in Amity School of Communication, Amity University, Jharkhand. He is the head of the department. He has almost 12 years of teaching experience and 6 years of experience in the corporate sector. He cleared NET in 2013 and is currently pursuing PhD from Ranchi University, Ranchi. He was the proud recipient of the Sita Maru Gold Medal for his outstanding performance in the bachelor's program in the Department of Mass Communication, Ranchi University, Ranchi. He was awarded the prestigious Tata Fellowship, and his research topic was Festivals of Jharkhand. He has published research papers in national and international journals, presented papers in national and international conferences. He has attended a couple of faculty development programs. His areas of interest are public relations, international communications, development communication. He has remained involved in various social events and activities and constantly works towards bringing positive changes in society. So we welcome you, Sudhir ji, for another wonderful session.
आप सबों को प्रणाम करता हूं। मेरी आवाज आप सब तक जा रही है?
जी, आ रही है।
जी, धन्यवाद। चूंकि रांची शहर में हूं और मौसम की थोड़ी सी नजाकत है, थोड़ी सी तबीयत नासाज है, थोड़ी सी खांसी है, तो बीच में अगर वो खांसी आए तो आप मुझे माफ करेंगे। और इसी के साथ मैं शुरुआत करता हूं। आप सबों का एक बार फिर से हार्दिक अभिनंदन, आप सबों को प्रणाम। मैं लविशा जी ने जहां पे समाप्त किया है और हमारे हितेश जी ने जहां से समाप्त किया है, आदरणीय हितेश जी ने, वहीं से बात की शुरुआत करता हूं। उन्होंने एक और इनइक्वालिटी की बात की जिसको हम स्पिरिचुअल इनइक्वालिटी के नाम से जानते हैं, जिसको उन्होंने कहा। तो सर्वप्रथम मैं, चूंकि भारत की धरती के हम लोग हैं और पूरे वैश्विक समुदाय को हम एक करने की बात करते हैं अपने युग परिवर्तन से, अपने इस नए दृष्टिकोण से, तो मैं शुरुआत करता हूं प्रकृति के 3-4 पंक्तियों से। चूंकि मैं झारखंड में हूं, जहां कहा जाता है कि यहाँ पे बोलना ही संगीत है और चलना ही नृत्य है, जो कि प्रकृति का एक अच्छा सा प्रदेश है। तो मैं 2-4 लाइन प्रकृति से आपको जोड़ने की कोशिश करता हूं, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं जब हम युग परिवर्तन की दिशा में आगे बढ़ेंगे तो आंकड़े अपनी जगह पे हैं जो कि कई बार भयावह दिखते हैं हमें, हालांकि परिवर्तन कई सारे आए हैं, लेकिन आंकड़ों की भयावहता से दूर अगर हम प्रकृति के समीप जाएंगे, अगर हम जल, जमीन और जंगल के समीप जाएंगे, तो हमें पता चलेगा कि हम युग परिवर्तन के ज्यादा नजदीक जा रहे हैं। औद्योगिक यंत्र कौशल की इस दुनिया में, औद्योगिक क्रांति के इस क्षेत्र में, जहां पर हम एक तरफ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बात करते हैं, जहां पे हम एक तरफ रोबोटिक्स की बात करते हैं, जहां पे एक तरफ हम चांद और तारों तक पहुंचने की बात करते हैं, वहां पे अगर हम प्रकृति के साथ आत्मसात हो जाएंगे तो निश्चित ही हमारे युग परिवर्तन का जो ये लक्ष्य है ये दूर नहीं रहेगा। और इसी के साथ इस धरा को, इस वसुधा को, इस प्रकृति को वंदन करते हुए आपको कहना चाहता हूं, पर्वत कहता शीश उठाकर तुम भी ऊंचे बन जाओ, पर्वत कहता शीश उठाकर तुम भी ऊंचे बन जाओ, सागर कहता है लहराकर मन में गहराई लाओ। हालांकि आज के सागर में अगर हमने देखा तो हम सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल के पॉइंट को देखें तो परिवर्तन और जलवायु के हिसाब से हमने कितने सारे कचड़ों का अंबार लगा दिया, उसको पाटने की हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो पर्वत कहता शीश उठाकर तुम भी ऊंचे बन जाओ, सागर कहता है लहराकर मन में गहराई लाओ। समझ रहे हो क्या कहती है उठ उठ गिर गिर तरल तरंग, समझ रहे हो क्या कहती है उठ उठ गिर गिर तरल तरंग, भर लो अपने मन में मीठी मीठी मृदुल उमंग। पृथ्वी कहती, ये हमारी वसुधा, ये हमारी पृथ्वी, पृथ्वी कहती धैर्य न छोड़ो कितना ही हो सिर पर भार, नभ कहता है फैलो इतना ढक लो तुम सारा संसार। और निश्चित ही मैं इस पूरे ग्रुप का अभिवादन करता हूं, इस पूरे समूह को प्रणाम करता हूं, मैं इस युग परिवर्तन की दिशा को प्रणाम करता हूं जो इस वैश्विक समुदाय के लिए इस सोच में, आज के समय में जब उपभोक्तावादी संस्कृति में हम चल रहे हैं, चारों तरफ भौतिकवाद की दुनिया पसरी हुई है, वहां पे हम वैश्विक हित के लिए, वहां पे हम सर्वजन हिताय और सर्वजन सुखाय की बात कर रहे हैं। निश्चित ही हमारे शास्त्रों में कहा गया है सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्ति मां कश्चित् दुर्भाग् भवेत्। अब मैं प्रश्नों पे आता हूं। सर्वप्रथम जो 4-5 चीजें कही गई थी कि हमारी राय में दुनिया के शासन और संविधान व्यवस्था में क्या बदलाव की आवश्यकता है, मैं कहता हूं कि सच में बहुत बदलाव की आवश्यकता है। हमें प्रकृति के नजदीक जाना होगा, हमें प्रकृति में अपनी प्रकृति को डालना होगा। हम सिर्फ कागजों पर लिखे संविधानों के सुधारों की उम्मीद नहीं कर सकते, हमें कहीं ना कहीं अपने आप को अपने मदर अर्थ के नजदीक ले जाना होगा। हम, चूंकि मैं बताऊं, मैं संचार का शिक्षक हूं और मैंने संचार ही पढ़ाया है, तो क्या हम प्रकृति के संचार को समझ पाते हैं? क्या हम इस पृथ्वी के संचार को समझ पाते हैं? क्या हम इस युग के संचार को समझ पाते हैं? या सिर्फ हम औद्योगिक संचार को ही समझने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, या सिर्फ हम मौद्रिक संचार को ही समझने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं? तो सच में ये बहुत बड़ी चीज है कि अगर हम कनेक्ट कर पाए अपने आप को। मैं आपको बताऊं कि संचार के जब मॉडल की बात हो रही थी तो अरस्तु जी का जो मॉडल है, एरिस्टोटल का मॉडल, वो पहला मॉडल माना गया संचार का, जहां पे बात की गई कि हम कैसे एक दूसरे से संचारित होते हैं। लेकिन उससे भी पहले की अगर हम मॉडल की बात करें तो वो हमारे भारतीय का जनरलाइजेशन का सिद्धांत था, साधारणीकरण का सिद्धांत आया, जहां पे हम सब एक समरूप हो पाए। और आज हमारे हितेश जी वही तो सोच रहे हैं कि हम समदर्शी हो, हम सब समान एक तरीके से हो, और वैश्विक जगत में अगर कोई चीजें हो तो वो मानवता विहित हो, वो मानवता को लेकर चले, वो सिर्फ आपसी परस्पर और प्रतिस्पर्धा का युग ना हो, वो हमारे प्रेम, भाईचारे और शांति का युग हो, और इस युग को लेकर चले। तो निश्चित ही ऐसे समय में सारे बड़े बड़े लोगों को, सारे अधिष्ठाताओं को और सारे राजनीतिक पार्टियों को वैश्विक स्तर पर सोचने की जरूरत है, अपने गिरेबान में झांकने की जरूरत है कि हम अपने मैनिफेस्टो में क्या परिवर्तन लाए। और निश्चित ही मैं कहूंगा कि जहां तक संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ जब हमें ये गोल प्रोवाइड करता है, तो जो हमारे मदर गोल हैं 10, उसके बाद जब हम 17 गोल की बात करते हैं, तो ये बिल्कुल हमारी तरफ से होना चाहिए कि हम ये गुजारिश करें कि दुनिया की सारी राजनीतिक पार्टियां इसको अपने मैनिफेस्टो में शामिल करें, संविधान में ये अपने आप आ जाएगा और परिवर्तन का हिस्सा ये अपने आप हो जाएगा। दूसरा प्रश्न है हमारा कि क्या आपको लगता है कि पारिस्थितिकी तंत्र को, स्वर्ण युग का पारिस्थितिकी तंत्र बनाने के लिए कौन सी चीजें बदलनी चाहिए? मैंने कहा सर्वप्रथम हमें अपने आप को बदलने की जरूरत है। अगर हमने अपने हिस्से का फर्ज अदा कर दिया, छोटे छोटे शब्दों में, अगर हम एक इंडिविजुअल, हम एक व्यक्ति अगर अपने आप को ठीक कर पाए, हमने अगर अपने हिस्से का फर्ज अदा किया, तो निश्चित ही इस धारा पर हम उस स्वर्ण युग की कल्पना कर सकते हैं। विश्व आंचल पर दीप्तमान सूर्य के सदृश भारतवर्ष साधु संत और ज्ञानियों का केंद्र रहा है। हमारे चिरस्मरणीय संस्कृति की परंपरा ने ऐसे ऐसे लोगों का प्रादुर्भाव किया है जो इतिहास बदलने की क्षमता रखते हैं। और आज निश्चित ही हम अपने इस लक्ष्य से सेल्फ एक्चुअलाइज्ड लीडर्स की हम बात कर रहे हैं। हम जैसे ही खुद को परिवर्तित करने की बात करेंगे, तो मेरा वही की पॉइंट है कि हमें अपने हिस्से का फर्ज अदा करना चाहिए। गौतम बुद्ध कह गए, आत्मदीपो भवा, अपना प्रकाश स्वयं बनो। तो अपना प्रकाश अगर हम बने, तो निश्चित ही हम इस दुनिया को प्रकाशित करने की क्षमता रखते हैं। स्वामी रामतीर्थ कह गए कि दुनिया को हिलाने से पहले अपने आप को हिलाओ। तो अगर हमने अपने आप को हिलाया, मैं हितेश, सामान्य हितेश जी को सुन रहा था, उन्होंने कहा कि लवीसा जी 20 वर्ष में इतना अच्छा थॉट प्रोवोकिंग बात उन्होंने कही, सारी बातों का उन्होंने एक पूरा सार हमारे सामने रख दिया। वही चीज सामान्य हितेश जी ने 35 वर्ष में समझा। और आज मैं पहली बार, मैं आपको बताऊं, मैं 42 से ऊपर की अवस्था में आज उसको समझने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं, आपसे जुड़कर उसको जानने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं कि सच में कितनी जरूरत है इन सब चीजों की, और ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म्स और ऐसे फोरम्स की कितनी जरूरत है। हम हर जगह पे हर तरह की बातें करते हैं, लेकिन ऐसे फोरम की कितनी जरूरत है। तो कहने का मतलब मैं कहूंगा कि अपने आप को करना, अपने हिस्से का फर्ज अदा करना, कम ही सही वो गिलहरी प्रयास हमारी तरफ से होना चाहिए। हमारी गीता ने कह दिया कि कर्मण्यवादुकारस्ते मां फलेषु कदाचन मां कर्म फल हेतुर्भुः मां ते संगोत्सवी कर्मणि। अपने फल की चिंता हमें नहीं करनी, लेकिन अगर अपने हिस्से का जो प्रयास है, वो प्रयास अगर हमने अपने थोड़ा सा किया, तो निश्चित ही हम इस दिशा में आगे की ओर बढ़ सकते हैं। तीसरी बात कि इसके बारे में हमारा दृष्टिकोण क्या है। दृष्टिकोण निश्चित ही मैं कहूंगा कि ये अद्भुत चीजें हैं, अद्भुत कल्पना है, और निश्चित ही ये कल्पना हमारा यथार्थ में बदलेगा। और इस यथार्थ में बदलने के लिए मैं आज से, इस वक्त से अपना कदम आपके साथ बढ़ाने के लिए तैयार हूं, और इस पे मैं चलने के लिए तैयार हूं कि जो भी दिशा निर्देश होंगे, जिस ढंग से हमें आगे आकर आह्वान करने की जरूरत पड़ेगी इस वैश्विक समुदाय के लोगों को, उस तरीके से हम इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ सकते हैं और अपने हम गोल को, अपने हम लक्ष्य को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। अगर हम एक एक करके इनइक्वालिटी की बात करें, अब आता हूं कि इस पूरे के पूरे इनइक्वालिटी जो हमारा गोल नंबर 10 है, इसको लेकर हमारा क्या ख्याल है, क्यों है ये असमानता, किसने बांटा, किसने किया, किसके द्वारा, इन सब प्रश्नों पर अगर हम झांके, विस्तृत तरीके से अगर हम देखने की कोशिश करें, तो मैं आपको बताऊं कि आदमी भी क्या अनोखा जीव होता है। मेरी बातों को ध्यान से देखिएगा, कई सारे आंकड़े मैं नहीं रख रहा, मैं छोटी छोटी बात कर रहा हूं, आम जन से जुड़ा हुआ आदमी हो, छोटी छोटी बातों पर भी बात रखूंगा। आदमी भी क्या अनोखा जीव होता है, उलझने अपनी बनाकर आप ही फंसता और फिर बेचैन हो जगता न सोता है। ये ऊपर वाले ने नहीं बांटा, ये बांटने वाले हम हैं, ये बांटने वाले यहां के नियंता। और कहां कहां नहीं बांटने की कोशिश की, धर्म में, भाषा में, जाति में, जेंडर में, आय में, राजनीति में, तो कितने इनइक्वालिटी की बात करें। और अभी बात हुई कि स्पिरिचुअल वे में भी हम अलग हैं, अगर वहां पे हम एकीकृत हुए, तो हम इन सारे खाइयों को पाट सकते हैं। तो निश्चित ही मैं एक बार कोशिश करता हूं शेयर करने की अपने पीपीटी को, और उस माध्यम से एक एक करके फिर मैं कोशिश करता हूं कि पॉइंट पर आऊंगा और पॉइंट पे बात करने की कोशिश करता हूं। मेरा स्क्रीन आप सबों को दिख रहा है? मेरा स्क्रीन आप,
हाँ जी आ रहा है।
ओके, तो ये मैं अपने दूसरे स्लाइड पे आता हूं। इनइक्वालिटी एंड इट्स डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ वेरिएंट्स एंड वैरायटीज। इनइक्वालिटी बेस्ड ऑन इनकम, सेक्स, एज, डिसेबिलिटी, सेक्सुअल ओरिएंटेशन, रेस, क्लास, एथनिसिटी, रिलीजन, अपॉर्चुनिटी, कोई भी पॉइंट ऐसा नहीं है जो इससे अछूता है। कहीं ना कहीं सारी चीजों को हम टच कर रहे हैं, और अब के समय में हम स्पिरिचुअल लेवल से भी अलग हैं, और उस रूप में हमको जुड़ने की जरूरत है। अगर इनकी एक एक करके इनके आंकड़ों की बात की जाए, अगर हम आज के समय में अंकटाट के विभिन्न आंकड़ों को ले, बाकी चीजों को छूने की कोशिश करें, तो हमको पता चलेगा कि कितने तरीके से हम बटे हुए हैं और कितनी बड़ी गहरी खाई है जिसको हमें पाटने की जरूरत है। दुनिया के देशों की अगर बात करें, तो वो अफ्रीकन कंट्री में, चाहे वो युगांडा हो, चाहे फिर वो बाकी का क्यूबा हो, चाहे वो इधर के लैटिन अमेरिकन देशों की हम बात कर लें, या फिर हम एशियन देश में बात कर लें, अभी बर्मा की बात हो रही थी, अभी रोहिंग्या की बात हो रही थी, थोड़ी देर पहले हम नेपाल और श्रीलंका की चर्चा कर रहे थे, और अगर हम बाकी के देशों की ओर जाएं अभी भी, तो हर तरीके से, चाहे वो आय का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे वो सेक्स का रेशियो हो, चाहे वो हमारे उम्र का लिहाज हो, चाहे वो डिसेबिलिटी की हम बात करें, दिव्यांग की बात करें, विसंगतियों की बात करें, या फिर सेक्सुअल ओरिएंटेशन की बात करें, फिर हम अलग अलग रेस और हम अलग अलग जातिगत व्यवस्था की बात करें, हर तरीके से कहीं ना कहीं हम बटे हैं, और उस बटने में हमें अपने आप को बांटने की जरूरत है। और ये आंकड़े जो हमें बताते हैं कि जो हम बटे हुए हैं, वो बहुत अलग अलग तरीके से हमें डिफाइन करने की कोशिश करते हैं। ये आंकड़े अगर आप देखेंगे कि जो विश्व की जो असमानता का जो रिपोर्ट है, उसके पीछे कितनी तरह की चीजें हैं। 1980 के दशक के बाद उत्तरी अमेरिका, चीन, भारत, रूस में अगर हम आय की बात करें तो बहुत तेजी से असमानता बढ़ी। अगर हम दोनों विश्व युद्धों की बात करें तो उन दोनों विश्व युद्धों के बाद भी कई सारी असमानताएं हैं, और विश्व असमानता रिपोर्ट जो है वो समय समय पर कहीं ना कहीं संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ अपने तरफ से हमें बताने की कोशिश करता है। आर्थिक आयाम इसका एक बहुत बड़ा आयाम है, जो हमें बताने की कोशिश करता है कि अगर हम आर्थिक रूप से अगर हम एक होने की कोशिश किए तो एक बहुत बड़ी गहरी खाई को पाटा जा सकता है। और आर्थिक आयाम जो है वो अन्य आयामों पर बहुत ज्यादा असर करता है, चाहे वो पारिस्थितिक आयाम की बात हो, चाहे वो सामाजिक आयाम की बात हो। अगर हमने वहां पे थोड़ी बहुत चीजों को कमतर करने की कोशिश की, तो वहां पे कई सारी चीजों को हम एकीकृत करने की अपनी योजना पे अमल कर सकते हैं। अगर हम बात करें महत्वाकांक्षी लक्ष्यों की, तो ये क्यों होता है ऐसा? क्यों दुनिया की आबादी के असंख्य देश, दुनिया की आबादी के जो देश हैं, वो अपनी असमानताओं को लेकर इस ढंग की बातें करते हैं? आर्थिक आयाम की बात करें या राजनीतिक आयाम की बात करें या पारिस्थितिक आयाम की बात करें, तो ये असमानता निश्चित ही आगे चलकर हमारे सामने एक बहुत बड़ी खाई क्रिएट करने की कोशिश करती है। 1 से लेकर 99% जो दुनिया में सामाजिक बहस हो रही है, अगर हम ऑक्सफैम की रिपोर्ट की बात करें या ओईसीडी के द्वारा हम उसके साहित्यों के और उसके आंकड़ों की बात करें, तो सिर्फ 8 पुरुषों में 1% दुनिया के पास, सबसे ज्यादा गरीब के पास आधे के बराबर की संपत्ति थी। हाल के दशकों में इस पर प्रचुर मात्रा में शोध हुए, और जब जब देश के भीतर असमानता बहुत अधिक होती है, इसका मानव मात्र पर बहुत ही हानिकारक प्रभाव दिखता है। हमें इन सामाजिक समस्याओं से जूझने की जरूरत है, वैज्ञानिक अनुसंधान की जरूरत है कि कैसे हम अपने उच्च स्तर का ज्ञान यहाँ पर लगाकर, कैसे हम छोटी छोटी चीजों पर ध्यान आकर्षित करके हम इसको दूर करने की कोशिश करें। चाहे वो दावोस का विश्व आर्थिक मंच का सम्मेलन हो, जिसपे गहन चिंतन की गई और कई सारे विश्व के मुल्कों ने अपना ध्यान केंद्रित किया। अभी अगर हम कोविड की ही बात कर लें और सिर्फ अगर अपने भारत की बात करें, तो क्यों ऐसा हुआ कि एक साथ लाखों लोगों को पैदल मार्च करना पड़ गया और अपने अपने क्षेत्र की ओर वो पैदल मार्च करने के लिए उन्मुख हुए? आखिर ये असमानता क्यों, ये गरीबी क्यों, और इसको पाटने के लिए हम क्या कर सकते हैं, इसको पाटने के लिए हम क्या प्रयास कर सकते हैं? तो निश्चित ही जो आर्थिक आयाम है उसको पाटने की दिशा में हमें बहुत ही व्यापक कदम उठाना होगा। हम न्यूनतम वेतनमान का जो पैमाना है, हम जो अपने लक्ष्य का पैमाना है, उसको हम फिक्स करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं, और राष्ट्रीय औसत जो है उसका जो दर है वो 40% की आय के वृद्धि के साथ उसको प्राप्त करें, और अगर उसको हम बनाए रखें और उस पर अगर सहमति हो, तो हम इसको प्राप्त करने की दिशा में एक आवश्यक कदम उठा सकते हैं, जिससे निश्चित ही ये हम कह सकते हैं कि इन सब चीजों को आगे बांटा जा सकता है, इन सब चीजों पे आगे चर्चा की जा सकती है। सभी को सामाजिक रूप से और राजनीतिक रूप से अगर हम सशक्त बनाने की कोशिश करें, कैसे सशक्त बना सकते हैं, कैसे हम उनको एनलाइटन कर सकते हैं, कैसे हम उनका पॉलिटिकल ओरिएंटेशन सशक्त कह सकते हैं, बढ़ा सकते हैं, इन सब चीजों के लिए हमें मिलजुल कर एकीकृत प्रयास करना होगा। एक इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच की आवश्यकता है, जो कि सिर्फ एक व्यक्ति के माध्यम से संभव नहीं है। हाँ, लेकिन निश्चित ही जब बीजारोपण होता है, जब ताली बजती है या जब कदम उठते हैं, तो वो एक कदम बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होता है, जो मुझे लगता है कि वो एक कदम उठ चुका है। समान अवसर सुनिश्चित कराकर और परिणाम की असमानताओं को कम करके हम इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने में अपना आवश्यक कदम उठा सकते हैं। वैश्विक स्तर पर जो नीतियां हैं उनका हम अनुपालन कर सकते हैं, और उत्तरोत्तर अधिक समानता की वृद्धि में हम उसमें आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। वैश्विक वित्तीय बाजार की हम अगर बात करें, तो निश्चित ही आर्थिक तौर से वैश्विक वित्तीय बाजार पर एक पैनी नजर रखकर उसकी सुधार की दिशा में विभिन्न नियम विभिन्न देशों के द्वारा बनाए जा सकते हैं और संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ उसकी निगरानी कर सकता है। और वैश्विक मुल्कों पर जो ऐसे मुल्क हैं, जो बड़े 10 मुल्क हैं या 20 मुल्क हैं, जब वो अपनी समिट करते हैं तो छोटे छोटे देश वहां पे अपनी एक आवाज बना सकते हैं, एक अपनी आवाज सौहार्द तरीके से उठाकर अपनी बात वहां पे रख के अपने नियमों के क्रियान्वयन को मजबूती प्रदान कर सकते हैं। लेकिन सब चीजों के लिए जरूरत है कि हम सबसे पहले अपने आप को ठीक कर लें, हम सबसे पहले अपने आप को बेहतर बनाने की कोशिश करें। और इसी तरीके से वैश्विक स्तर पर आर्थिक और वित्तीय संस्थानों में जब निर्णय लेने की क्षमता हमारी बढ़ेगी तो हम उस पर निश्चित आगे बढ़ सकेंगे। और ये हमारा निश्चित ही एक उत्तरोत्तर कदम होगा, क्योंकि असमानता सिर्फ आर्थिक स्तर पे नहीं है, वो सामाजिक आयाम पे भी है। तो सामाजिक आयाम की असमानता की हम दूरी को कैसे दूर कर सकते हैं? सामाजिक असमानता में पर्याप्त स्तर पे समाज में जो हमारे भीतर बुनियादी समस्याएं हैं, हम उनको दूर करने की कोशिश करें। वो जो बुनियादी समस्याएं हैं जो जाति से आ रही है, जो वर्ण से आ रही है, हमें कर्म के आधार पर बांटा गया, लेकिन बाद में चलकर हम मनुष्यों ने उसको एक नई जाति का नाम दे दिया। तो अब के इस वैश्विक परिदृश्य में तब दुनिया बिल्कुल एक वैश्विक मुहाने पर खड़ी है, तो हमारा जो प्रयास हो वो 3P को दर्शाता हो, वो पावर ड्रिवन हो, वो परफॉर्मेंस ड्रिवन हो और वो पर्पस ड्रिवन हो। ठीक है, तो जैसे ही वो पावर ड्रिवन होगा, वो परफॉर्मेंस ड्रिवन होगा और वो पर्पसफुल होगा, वो कहीं ना कहीं उद्देश्यपूर्ण होगा, तो निश्चित ही हम समग्र रूप से, चाहे वो शारीरिक स्वास्थ्य की बात करें या जीवन प्रत्याशा की बात करें या शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन की बात करें या अपराध और हिंसा की बात करें या असामाजिक व्यवहार की बात करें, हम इन सब मसलों पर आगे करके एकीकृत रूप से इन सब मसलों को कम करके अपने विकास को दर को बढ़ा सकते हैं और इस सामाजिक असमानता को कम कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि मानव जाति का जो उत्थान है वो, मैं आपको बताऊं, सिर्फ भौतिक दुनिया से और बुनियादी जरूरतों से पूरा नहीं होता, उसके आगे भी अलग एक दुनिया है जिस दुनिया को हमें समझने की जरूरत है। इसलिए मैं बार बार कह रहा था कि हमें प्रकृति के नजदीक जाने की जरूरत है और प्रकृति के साथ उसे आत्मसात करने की जरूरत है। अगर हम पारिस्थितिकी की बात करें, आज के समय में हम आर्थिक रूप से स्पष्ट तरीके से देखते हैं या विश्व के असमानता में हम स्पष्ट तरीके से इन सब चीजों को देखने की कोशिश करते हैं कि ये जितने भी आयाम हैं, उसमें ये जो तीसरा आयाम है हमारा पारिस्थितिक आयाम, ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। जलवायु, जिसको हम इससे अलग करके नहीं देख सकते, चाहे वो पेरिस का 2015 का समझौता हो, जिसमें हम पारिस्थितिकी के आयाम पर एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौते पर पहुंचे थे। मैं फिर से एक बात कहना चाहता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छी पंक्ति है कि अनुकूल की हवा में बह मत जाओ और प्रतिकूल की आंधी में बिछड़ मत जाओ, क्योंकि ये प्रकृति है। जब अपने रौद्र रूप में ये आती है तो इसकी विभीषिका बहुत अलग होती है और इसकी विभीषिका बहुत अलग तरीके से देखने को मिलती है। चाहे वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया के जंगलों में लगी आग हो, चाहे वो अमेरिका के जंगलों में लगी आग हो, चाहे वो भूस्खलन हो, चाहे वो भू कहीं पे विस्फोट के रूप में सामने आ रहा हो, चाहे वो ज्वालामुखी हो, परिस्थिति अपने तरीके से और प्रकृति अपने तरीके से अपना कर्म करती है। अपने आप को वो एक उत्तरोत्तर संतुलन की दिशा में रखने का प्रयास करती है, जिसे हमें समझना पड़ेगा। हमें प्रकृति के संचार को समझना पड़ेगा, हमें अपनी जलवायु को समझना पड़ेगा। और ये तब हम समझ पाएंगे जब हम अपने आर्थिक, अपने सामाजिक आयामों को थोड़ा बहुत पाटने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि दुनिया की अधिकांश आबादी आज पहले से ही असमानता के लेवल पे है। नो डाउट कि हम इस परिप्रेक्ष्य में बहुत आगे बढ़े हैं। अगर हम भारत के ही परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखें, मैं आपको सुदूर झारखंड की अगर ओर ले चलूं, हालांकि ये वैश्विक जगत पे चर्चा हो रही है, वैश्विक स्तर पे हम बात करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उदाहरण अगर हम छोटे छोटे जगहों से लें तो कई बार वो काफी समीचीन प्रतीत होता है। मैं आपको झारखंड के छोटे छोटे गांवों की अगर बात करूं या फिर कई बार अखबार में आ रही खबरों की अगर हम बात करें, तो क्यों उड़ीसा का एक व्यक्ति अपने घर से जब उसकी महिला गर्भवती होती है तो वो एक डंडे पर लादकर अस्पताल तक लाने की क्षमता वो विकसित कर पा रहा है मात्र? क्यों ऐसा होता है? क्यों नहीं उसके प्राथमिक स्वास्थ्य केंद्र तक हमारी गाड़ियां पहुंच पाती? और जब ये खबरें अखबारों का लीड बनती हैं, हिस्सा बनती हैं, तो फिर से एक बार हम पूरी चीजों को ढकने की कोशिश करते हैं, दबाने की कोशिश करते हैं। तो हम कहते हैं ना कि उद्यमे ही सिद्ध्यन्ति कार्याणि न मनोरथ है, न ही सुप्ता शस्य हस्य प्रविशन्ति मुखे मृगा। उद्यम करने की जरूरत है और ये जो उद्यम है वो सकारात्मक दृष्टिकोण से करने की जरूरत है, वो अच्छे दृष्टिकोण से करने की जरूरत है, वो व्यक्तिगत दृष्टिकोण से करने की जरूरत नहीं है, वो सामाजिक परिवेश में समावेशी नियंत्रण के साथ करने की जरूरत है। तभी हम इन महत्वाकांक्षी लक्ष्यों को पूरा करने के लिए अपना कदम आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं और सूखे बढ़ते समुद्र या पानी ग्लेशियर के पिघलते स्तर या तूफान या भूस्खलन के खतरे या गरीबी में बड़े लोग या देश में जलवायु परिवर्तन या फिर कोविड की महामारी या फिर भौगोलिक स्थिति और उसकी भयावहता की स्थिति, इन सब चीजों से अगर हम आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं तो हमें एक साथ आगे बढ़ना होगा, हमें पूरे वैश्विक स्तर पे जुड़ने की जरूरत है। और उसी तरीके से वैश्विक धारा को जब हम अपनी धारा मानने लगेंगे, हम सिर्फ उसको भौतिकवादी तरीके से नहीं देख पाएंगे, तभी हम उसमें आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। चाहे वो उत्सर्जन की नीति हो, आज के समय में आप देख लीजिए विश्व के तमाम देश जो नियमों को बनाने की कोशिश करते हैं, चाहे वो संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका हो, प्रो सोवियत संघ को जहां पे औद्योगिक क्रांतियां हुई, चाहे वो फिर फ्रांस हो, चाहे वो जर्मनी हो, अगर हम ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की बात कर लें, अगर हम ग्रीन हाउस इफेक्ट की बात कर लें, तो कहीं ना कहीं असमानता को बढ़ाने में इन सब चीजों का भी बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। और ये असमानता हमारे उससे कहीं ना कहीं जुड़ी है, हम उससे अलग करके अपने आप को नहीं देख सकते। उसे दूर करने के लिए हमें वैश्विक स्तर पर प्रयत्न करने की आवश्यकता है, हमें आगे बढ़कर जानने की आवश्यकता है, हमें आगे बढ़कर उसको समझने की आवश्यकता है। तभी हम उन सब चीजों को समझ सकते हैं, तभी हम उन सब चीजों को बांटने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं। अगर हम आगे बढ़े तो अलग अलग उदाहरण से मैंने अपने इसमें बताने की कोशिश की है, और मैं बताऊं कि ये सारी बातें जो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन की है, ये उदाहरण की है, वो आपके सामने है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि इस पीपीटी के थ्रू आगे न बढ़ते हुए आपको ऐसे अगर अपनी बातों को रखूं तो वो ज्यादा बेहतर तरीके से मैं रख पाऊंगा। एक बहुत अच्छी बात जो हमारे मालविकाग्नि मित्र में कही गई, पुराणे मित्यो न साधु सर्वम न चापि काव्यम न वित्तवद्यम शंतः परीक्षाद परंत भजन्ते मूढ़ा प्रपत्तिनेय बुद्धि। पुरानी होने से सारी वस्तुएं न तो अच्छी होती है और न ही नई होने से सारी वस्तुएं बुरी होती है। जो विवेकशील व्यक्ति होता है वो अपनी बुद्धि से परीक्षा करके सृष्टिकर वस्तु को अंगीकार करता है। हम सारे विवेकशील प्राणी, ये मनुष्य एक सामाजिक प्राणी है, वो एक विवेकशील प्राणी है। तो हमारा कार्य क्या है कि ये जो खाइयां हैं, ये जो इनइक्वालिटी है, टॉपिक है रिड्यूस्ड इनइक्वालिटी विद इन एमंग कंट्रीज, वो रिड्यूस्ड हुए हैं लेकिन उनको और होना है। तो जो सारी पुरानी चीजें हैं, जो ऐसी परंपराएं हैं, धर्मांधता की जो पराकाष्ठा है, उनसे हमको आगे आना हो, उससे हमें आगे बढ़ना हो। और उन सब चीजों से आगे बढ़कर आज के समय में जब सकारात्मक वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण से रचनात्मकता के साथ, रोचकता के साथ हम किसी भी चीज को अंगीकार करने की कोशिश करते हैं, हम किसी भी चीज को जब स्वीकार करने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो निश्चित ही हमारे द्वारा ये प्रयास जो है वो सही होगा। ये मैं नहीं, ये कालिदास की पंक्ति है पुराणे मित्यम, जो उन्होंने मालविकाग्नि मित्र में कहे गए, और उसी को मैं आपको आज के सामने में उद्धृत करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं। आज के समय में हमें कोई जरूरी नहीं कि हम सारी पुरानी चीजों को अपनाएं, पुरानी उन्हीं चीजों को हम अंगीकार करें जो वैज्ञानिक कसौटी पर, वैज्ञानिक तथ्यों पर खड़ी उतरती हैं, और नई उन चीजों को अंगीकार करें जो हमारे सफल भविष्य का हमारे सामने एक रास्ता हमें दिखाने की कोशिश करती हैं। कहते हैं ना, उदिष्ठता जागृता प्राप्य वरानि बोधता, और निश्चित ही योग परिवर्तन का ये लक्ष्य, अराइज अवेक एंड स्टॉप नॉट टिल द गोल इज रीच्ड, ये तभी आगे बढ़ेगा जब हम एक साथ मिलकर, जब हम समग्र रूप से सोचकर इस पर आगे बढ़ने की प्रक्रिया में हम अपना कदम उठा सकते हैं, और निश्चित ही तब हम इसको आगे प्राप्त करने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। निश्चित ही ये सारी चीजें, ये सारी बातें हमारे स्वर्ण युग में हमें ले जा सकती हैं, जहां पे हम इस वैश्विक समुदाय को आगे बढ़ाने में एक दिशा निर्देशक का काम कर सकते हैं। और वो हमारी सिर्फ एक भूमिका होगी फैसिलिटेटर की, हम फैसिलिटेट करेंगे चीजों को। हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि हम उसको हाँकने की कोशिश करेंगे। आप याद करें ना, आप अपने इस हिंदुस्तान की पुरानी परंपरा को याद करें ना, आप गुरुवर रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर की पंक्तियों को सिर्फ याद कर लें, हेथा आर्य हेथा और हेथा अनार्य। मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि ये कितना बेहतरीन विषय को लेकर आज कितने बड़े टॉपिक, मैं हितेश जी के बारे में सिर्फ एक लाइन कहता हूं, इतिहास कभी विराम नहीं लेता। मैं इस पूरे समिट और पूरे ग्रुप के बारे में कहना चाह रहा हूं जो जुड़े हुए हैं, इतिहास कभी विराम नहीं लेता। व्यक्ति आते जाते रहते हैं, लेकिन इतिहास की कसौटी पर वही खड़ा उतरता है जो अपने समर्पण, पुरुषार्थ, त्याग, निष्ठा, तप से आगे बढ़ता है। इतिहास की वल्गा, इतिहास का रथ वह हाँकता है जो कुछ सोचता है और सोचे हुए को करने की अंजाम देता है। कितना बेहतरीन आगाज है ये, कितना बेहतरीन आगाज है, प्रणम्य है आप सब। और इस आगाज जब एक तरफ पूरी की पूरी दुनिया भौतिकवादी चीजों की ओर जा रही है, जब हम उपभोक्तावादी संस्कृति की ओर लक्ष्य इंगित कर रहे हैं, जब आंकड़े हमें दिखा रहे हैं कि खाइयां हैं, लेकिन उन खाइयों को बांटने की जरूरत है। चाहे वो खाई पढ़ाई की हो, चाहे वो खाई शिक्षा की हो, चाहे वो आय की हो, चाहे वो लैंगिक भेदभाव की खाई हो। मैं एक छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूं आपको मीडिया से। लैंगिक प्रतिरोध और लैंगिक चीजें कैसे, लैंगिक जिसको हम कहते हैं ना कि भाई बायसनेस कैसा रहता है। कोई एक व्यक्ति अगर कुछ गड़बड़ करता है और दूसरा समुदाय उससे लड़ता है, तो हम अपने न्यूज में डालते हैं कि उस दूसरे व्यक्ति ने चूड़ियां नहीं पहन रखी थी। बदलने की जरूरत है इस सोच को। चूड़ियां हमारे सौंदर्य और शक्ति का प्रतीक है। लैंगिक भेदभाव को यहाँ पे मिटाने की जरूरत है, और ये तभी मिटा सकते हैं जब हम वहां पे तरीके से सोचने की, ये कैसे होगा, ये शिक्षा के स्तर से होगा। हम शिक्षा को लाएंगे। निश्चित ही भारत में भी अगर हम देखें तो मध्याह्न भोजन की बात हो, हमने शिक्षा को जोड़ने का कोशिश किया। हमारे शिक्षा को लेकर जो फ्लैगशिप परियोजनाएं चली, जो योजनाएं चल रही है, क्या मिड डे मील बच्चों को देंगे तो उनका ड्रॉप आउट रेट रुकेगा, और जब वो शिक्षित होंगे तो मुख्य धारा में आएंगे। हमने नक्सलियों को मुख्य धारा में लाने की कोशिश की। हमने बताया कि एक सामाजिक आर्थिक समस्या है ये, हमें उन्हें मुख्य धारा में लाने की जरूरत है। कहीं ना कहीं जब हम मुख्य धारा में लाने की कोशिश करते हैं तो संचार में हम लोग पढ़ाते हैं, संचार की जब हम तत्वों की बात करते हैं तो एक तत्व बैरियर, नॉइज, एलिमेंट। हमारी बातें क्यों नॉइज बनकर रह जाती हैं वहां पे? हम सिर्फ क्यों शोर बनकर रह जाते हैं? हम क्यों नहीं संचारित कर पाते हैं? वहां पे हमें संचारित तरीके से करने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि हम उन तक नहीं पहुंच पाते। उन तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें अपने जो हमारा जो कंटेंट है, हमारा जो विषय है, उसका कोडिंग कैसा हो, उसको हम कैसे कोड करें कि हम अपने लक्षित उपभोक्ता तक पहुंच पाए। हम जिस वैश्विक जगत की बात करते हैं वहां पे हम अपनी बात रख पाए, उसका स्ट्रक्चर कैसा हो, हम उसको समझ पाए। हमारा जो एटीट्यूड है, हमारा जो लर्निंग स्किल है, हमारा जो स्पीकिंग स्किल है, हमारे जो बोलने सुनने की क्षमता है, उस क्षमता को हम अपने लक्षित उपभोक्ता तक पहुंचाने की अगर तरीके से कोशिश करेंगे, उनके, इसीलिए मैं साधारणीकरण की बात करता हूं, सहृदयता की बात करता हूं। जिस दिन हमारा हृदय और उनका हृदय मिल जाएगा, जिस दिन हम समीचीन हो जाएंगे, एकीकृत हो जाएंगे, उस दिन वो संचार हमारा पूरा होगा। और इस वैश्विक जगत में हम आगे इस वैश्विक भाईचारे के साथ, सिर्फ जिसको कहते हैं कि एको देवा एक धर्मा एक निष्ठा परंतपय, हम एक रूप से, जो योजना है, जिस परिकल्पना को आप लेकर चल रहे हैं कि हम वैश्विक रूप से एक हो पाए, हम उसी की बात कर रहे हैं। तो छोटी छोटी ये बातें हैं, छोटी छोटी चीजों से हमें ये प्रयास करना होगा, और अपने हिस्से का फर्ज हमें बिल्कुल अदा करना नहीं भूलना चाहिए। मैं आता हूं अपने अगले लक्ष्य की ओर कि सतत विकास को लेकर ये लक्ष्य अपने जीवन और मिशन के लिए कैसे संभव है। मैं आपको बताऊं, निश्चित ही अपने विकास और लक्ष्य के लिए जब हम संभव करने की बात करते हैं तो उसका हमें तरीके से अवलोकन करने की जरूरत है। अपने आप को भी देखने की जरूरत है, और उस विकास के बड़े प्रक्रिया को भी देखने की जरूरत है कि इस विकास की प्रक्रिया में एक संगठन की भूमिका क्या होगी, एक व्यावसायिक संगठन की भूमिका क्या होगी, एक आम आदमी की भूमिका क्या होगी। क्योंकि एक आम आदमी जो है वो चीजों को बहुत ही अलग दृष्टिकोण से देखने की कोशिश करता है, और उसे अगर हम बता पाए कि उसका क्या रोल है, वो इसमें कैसे अपनी सहभागिता सुनिश्चित कर सकता है, तो म्यूचुअल डिपेंडेंसी जिसको हम कहते हैं, सहभागिता, पारस्परिक निर्भरता जिसको हम कह सकते हैं, अगर ये शब्द हम उसको डाल पाए कि आपके बिना हमारा विकास संभव नहीं, आप हैं तब हम हैं, हम आपके लिए हैं। ये विकास इंसान के कॉस्ट पर नहीं है, ये विकास प्रकृति के मूल्यों पर नहीं है, ये विकास इंसान और प्रकृति के समारूप से, उसके समावेशी संगठन से, और उन दोनों के एकीकृत मॉडल पर आधारित हमारा जैसे ही होगा। जब हम उस मॉडल की बात करने लगेंगे जहां पे हम प्रकृति और इंसान की जब हम एक साथ बात करेंगे, मैं नहीं कहता कि जंगलों की ओर लौटे, बर्बरता की ओर लौटे, मैं कहता हूं कि आधुनिक यंत्र को, हम मलिनावस्की को भी याद करें जो यूरोप में परिभाषा देने की कोशिश करते हैं संस्कृति की, और हम अपने इंडियन फिलोसोफर को भी याद करें जो भारतीय तंत्र से संस्कृति की बात करते हैं कि जहां पे संस्कार एक हो जाए वो संस्कृति कहलाती है, और हम उसी को तो एकीकृत करने की बात करते हैं कि हमारा संस्कार वैश्विक संस्कार कैसे बन सकता है, हम अपने संस्कार को वैश्विक संस्कार में कैसे बदल सकते हैं। और इस स्तर पे अगर हमने उसे बदल लिया तो निश्चित ही एक बहुत बड़ा युग परिवर्तन होगा, और युग परिवर्तन की दिशा में मुझे लगता है कि निश्चित ही ये वैश्विक सह संस्कृति की जब हम बात करेंगे, वैश्विक संस्कार की जब हम बात करेंगे, तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी परिभाषा होगी। धर्म को हम धर्म के तरीके से समझें, धर्म को हम बांटने के कर्म से न समझें। एक डॉक्टर का धर्म होता है कि वो मरीज की रक्षा करे, एक शिक्षक का धर्म होता है कि वो क्लास में प्रोफेशनल ऑनेस्टी के साथ शिक्षा को सुनिश्चित करने का प्रयास करे, एक छात्र का धर्म होता है कि वो पढ़ाई अच्छे से करे, एक वैज्ञानिक का धर्म होता है कि जो वो वैज्ञानिक चीजों का अन्वेषण करे वो वैश्विक परिप्रेक्ष्य में वैश्विक चीजों को लेकर करे और उसके कहीं ना कहीं आदर्शों का उपयोग वो वैश्विक विश्व को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए करे। तो इस तरीके से हम इनको जोड़ सकते हैं। धर्म की जो परिभाषा जो अब के लोग दे रहे हैं, तथाकथित बीच के लोग, कहीं ना कहीं हमें अपने दृष्टिकोण से डायरेक्ट नहीं लेकिन अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से तो उस पर चोट करने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन वो चोट तभी लग जाएगी आराम से जब हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों को समाहित कर पाएंगे और उनको हम शिक्षित कर पाएंगे और अपनी बात उन तक हम पहुंचा पाएंगे। मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि 100 में एक बार में अगर हम 10 को भी पहुंचा पाए अपनी बात, तो निश्चित ही लक्ष्य की ओर हमारा ये एक बहुत बड़ा कदम होगा और अपनी लक्ष्य प्राप्ति से हमें कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। तो इन्हीं तरीके से हमें चीजों को आगे देखने की जरूरत है, आगे बढ़ाने की जरूरत है। और जो हमारा युग परिवर्तन का विजन है, इसको मैं जब देखता हूं, जब हम सिनर्जी प्लेटफॉर्म को देखते हैं, तो मैं फिर से कहता हूं कि काव्य शास्त्र विनोदेन कालो गच्छति धीमताम व्यसनेन च मूर्खाणाम निद्राया कलहीनवा। जो बुद्धिमान होते हैं उनका समय जो अच्छी अच्छी बातें हैं उनके पारस्परिक डिस्कशन से, कन्वर्सेशन से व्यतीत होता है। जो मूर्ख होते हैं उनका समय व्यसन, निद्रा या कला में व्यतीत होता है। तो सारी चीजें जो डिस्कशन चल रहा है, आपने जो ये फोरम रखा है, इसमें कहीं ना कहीं हमें इन सब चीजों की चर्चा करनी होगी। हमें देखना होगा कि हम कैसे लोगों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा यहाँ पर जोड़ सकते हैं, और जो मुख्य धारा से बाहर हैं, जो मार्जिनलाइज्ड हैं, जो हाशिए के पार के लोग हैं, उनको हम कैसे अपने साथ ला सकते हैं। मैं आपको बताऊं कि दुष्यंत की एक बहुत अच्छी पंक्ति है कि अब तो उस तालाब का पानी बदल दो, कमल के फूल भी कुम्हलाने लगे हैं। तो मुख्य धारा में हमें जो हाशिए के लोग हैं उनको लाने की जरूरत है, और जरूरत उनको भी है। वो हमारे और आपकी तरफ देख रहे हैं कि कब हम उनकी ओर जाते हैं। कदम हमें बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता है। हम कहते हैं कि क्लास और मास की हम बात करते हैं, हमें मास को समझना होगा। हमें सिर्फ क्लास को समझने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, वो खुद समझ जाता है, वो अपनी चीजें। हम मास कम्युनिकेशन में पढ़ाते हैं ना, अपने ऑडियंसों की बात करते हैं, जो एलीट ऑडियंस है और जो अब का जो ऑडियंस है, जिस ऑडियंस को हमें लेकर चलना है, जो मास है जिसे हमें लेकर चलना है और अपनी इस धारा में शामिल करना है, वो बहुत तेजी से अपनी बाट जो रहा है, वो चाहता है कि हम उसकी ओर जाएं, हम उसकी ओर एक कदम बढ़ाएं। और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं हमारे कदम बढ़ भी रहा होगा। मुझे पूरी तरीके से नहीं पता, आपने इतने वर्षों में कदम निश्चित ही बढ़ाया होगा और आपके साथ कई सारे आंकड़े होंगे, लेकिन कई सारे क्षेत्र अभी भी अनछुए हैं, कई सारे पहलू अभी भी अनछुए हैं। जब हम उसकी ओर अपना कदम बढ़ाएंगे, वो निश्चित ही पूरी सहजता के साथ और पूरी सहृदयता के साथ वो हमारी ओर उन्मुख होगा, और निश्चित ही इस तरीके से जब हम उसको जोड़ पाएंगे तो हम इस विजन को लेकर आगे बढ़ने की दिशा में अपना एक और कदम रख सकते हैं। और इस तरीके से शनय शनय कर्म पथ पर, मैं यही कहूंगा कि कर्म पथ पर इस प्रकार फूल भी है, सूल भी है, और निश्चित ही कि कुछ कांटे भी मिलेंगे, कुछ कंटक भी मिलेंगे, कई सारे जो हमारे रास्ते में बाधाएं हैं वो भी आएंगी, लेकिन वो पार होगा। एक सपना तो हमने देखा है ना, एक सपना तो आज हितेश जी और उनकी पूरी टीम ने देखा ना, एक सपना तो सफीक भाई ने आज देखा। मुझे उन्होंने जोड़ने की कोशिश की, मुझे बताया कि सुधीर भाई आप इसमें भाग लेंगे क्या। मैंने बोला ठीक है देखता हूं। और जब मैं डूबने लगा इसमें, जब मैं जाने लगा, और जब हितेश जी से पहली बार बात हुई, मुझे लगा कि जब मैं समझने की कोशिश की 4-5 लाइन, मैंने सिर्फ जब उस पत्र को पढ़ा, जो इन्विटेशन लेटर मुझे आया, मैंने कहा कि क्या क्रांतिकारी सोच को लेकर हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और कितने अच्छे तरीके से हम अपनी कदम को बढ़ा सकते हैं। इस दिशा में कितना सार्थक और प्रयास करने की जरूरत है, कैसे हम इस दिशा में एक नाविक होने का, जो कैप्टन ऑफ द शिप, जो शिप को लेकर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, हम कैसे इस दिशा में एक छोटी सी पतवार बनकर अपना काम आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। तो निश्चित ही मुझे लगता है कि ये एक बहुत बड़ा कदम होगा। तो मैं अंत में 3-4 मिनट में सिर्फ यही कहना चाहूंगा कि अगर निस्वार्थ भाव से, त्याग से, अपने करुणा से, अपने क्षमा से, अपनी दया से, अपनी सेवा से, इन सब अपने पुराने चीजों को सिर्फ थोड़ा बहुत याद कर ले, जो आज के समय में उतनी ही समीचीन हैं, अगर हम इन छोटी छोटी चीजों को अपने गुणों में डालें, अपने सामाजिक गुणों में इसका फिर से हम अगर व्यापक प्रचार प्रसार करें, हम भौतिकवादी दुनिया के वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण को समझाकर और एक संपन्नता और जो हम कहते हैं कि संतुष्टता कितनी होनी चाहिए, अगर हमने ये बताने की कोशिश की, क्योंकि संतुष्ट होने की कोई परिभाषा नहीं, उसका लेवल सब व्यक्ति के लिए अलग है, तो उसको अगर हमने भौतिक जिंदगी के साथ लोगों को बताने का अगर प्रयास कर लिया कि नहीं इतने ही काफी है, जिस दिन हम इस बात में काबिल हो जाएंगे तो निश्चित ही हम युग परिवर्तन की दिशा में एक और आयाम को छूने की कोशिश करेंगे। और जो मैं बताऊं कि जो राजनीतिक पार्टियां हैं वो निश्चित इन सब बातों को पकड़ेंगी। हम और आप अगर एक हो जाएं, अगर मिल जाएं, तो निश्चित ही ये बातें उसके समझ में आएंगी, उसे अपने मैनिफेस्टो में इसे शामिल करना होगा। हम और आप उन्हें बता सकते हैं, क्योंकि निश्चित ही जो लोकतंत्र है, उस लोकतंत्र में आज के समय में अगर हम कहें तो इनइक्वालिटी, हम वहां पे भी आज के समय में कहते हैं हिंदुस्तान में 80% जनता गरीब है, तो क्या इस लोकतंत्र में वहां पे इनइक्वालिटी नहीं है? क्या ये गरीबों का शासन है? नहीं, ऐसा हम नहीं कह सकते। लेकिन हाँ, लोकतंत्र की अपनी खूबसूरती है। इस खूबसूरती के साथ अगर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे तो निश्चित वो दिन आएगा जब वो दूर नहीं होगा, जब सिर्फ हम पैसे को, आय को ही गरीबी का पैमाना नहीं मानेंगे। कई बार हम कहते हैं ना कि गरीबी बाकी चीजों में भी होती है, ठीक है? तो इन सब चीजों से जब हम ऐसे एक एक करके आगे बढ़ेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि अपने लक्ष्य को हम पूरा करने की प्राप्ति में अपना कदम बढ़ाएंगे। और फिर से पूरे के पूरे इस टीम को, मैंने स्लाइड बनाया था लेकिन मैं कई सारे आंकड़ों में, चूंकि मुझे लगा कि मुझसे पहले के वक्ताओं ने काफी आंकड़े वैश्विक स्तर पर आपके सामने रखे हैं और रखने की कोशिश की है, इसलिए मैंने छोटी छोटी बातें जो मेरे मन में आई, जो मुझे लगा कि मैं ट्यून करके, करेक्ट करके आपसे कह सकता हूं, उससे मैंने आपके सामने रखने की कोशिश की है छोटे छोटे तरीके से। और अंत में दिनकर की इन पंक्तियों के साथ अपने बात को, मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं कि जाति जाति रटते रटते जिनकी तेजस्वी सम्मान खोजते नहीं गोत्र बतलाकर, तेजस्वी सम्मान खोजते नहीं गोत्र बतलाकर, पाते हैं जग में प्रशस्ति अपना कर्तव्य दिखलाकर। हम और आप सारे तेजस्वी हैं, हमें अपना गोत्र, अपना धर्म, अपनी जात, अपनी परंपरा, अपनी पूजा, अपने चरित्र को बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। ये हमारे कर्म से झलकता है, ये हमारी वाणी से झलकता है, ये हमारी ओज से झलकता है। और निश्चित ही युग परिवर्तन की दिशा में हम अब इन छोटे छोटे गुणों को अपने अंदर अगर समाहित कर ले और एक साथ वैश्विक भाईचारा और वैश्विक शांति को अपना आदर्श और लक्ष्य मानकर आगे बढ़े, तो हम और हमारा भारत वैश्विक गुरु बनने की कल्पना में आगे बढ़ेगा। मन के स्तर पर आशा का दीपक हमारे आत्मविस्मृति के अंधेरे को दूर करता है, उसी ढंग से वैश्विक स्तर पर युग परिवर्तन का यह दीपक इस पूरे विश्व को एक साथ समग्र रूप से आगे बढ़ाने में अपनी एक महती भूमिका निभाएगा, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। आप सबको साधुवाद, आप सबको प्रणाम करते हुए अपनी वाणी को मैं विराम देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय सुधीर कुमार जी। आपने ये पूरी बात बहुत ही सुंदर शब्दों में, और मैं एक बार अभी गूगल ट्रांसलेट पे जा भी रहा था कुछ हिंदी ढूंढने, फिर मैं रुक गया कुछ सोच के कि वैसे तो सभी भाषाएं बहुत मीठी हैं, लेकिन जब एक हिंदी भाषा में एक बड़ा भाव प्रवाह वाला एक वक्तव्य दिया जाता है तो बहुत ही कर्णप्रिय हो जाता है। ऐसा आज आपके वक्तव्य में देखने में आया, सुनने में आया। और जो बात की गई कि वर्ल्ड की सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज अगर इन 17 गोल्स को अपने मैनिफेस्टो में दे दे और साथ ही साथ अपना स्ट्रेटेजी भी बताए कि वो इसको करेंगे कैसे, तो मुझे लगता है कि एक जो वोटर है जो सरकार को चुन रहा है वो एक इन्फॉर्म्ड डिसीजन ले पाएगा, वो समझ पाएगा कि आखिर इन नेताओं के मन में चल क्या रहा है। और क्योंकि ये सारे विश्व को एक सूत्र में बांधने वाले गोल हैं, बाकी तो देखिए गोल का नाम है रिड्यूस्ड इनइक्वालिटीज, तो बहुत से ऐसी चीजें हैं जो इनइक्वालिटीज को पैदा कर रही हैं, लेकिन अगर इन गोल्स की हम बात करें तो ये 17 गोल लोगों को आपस में जोड़ने का और इक्वालिटी लाने की एक तरह से उस मार्ग में बहुत अच्छा कदम है। तो अगर सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज इनको लेके चलें तो बहुत ही उत्तम होगा। साथ ही साथ हमने ये जब इसको पूरे विश्व की समस्याओं को एक तरह से डायग्नोस करने की कोशिश की, समझने की कोशिश की, तो ये समझ में आया कि यूनाइटेड नेशंस भी और सारी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज भी लीडर लेवल तक जाती हैं। तो अगर 4 रोल्स की बात करें जो कि इटर्नल हैं, सार्वभौमिक हैं, वर्कर, मैनेजर, लीडर और मेंटोर, तो उसमें ये पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज और यूनाइटेड नेशन केवल लीडर लेवल तक आती है। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक ये मेंटर वाला रोल, गुरु वाला रोल मिसिंग है। विश्व स्तर पे कोई भी विश्व गुरु संस्थान नहीं है जो सारे लीडर्स के अंदर वो सोच पैदा कर सके जो उनको एक कॉमन डेस्टिनेशन या मंजिल की ओर लेके जा सके। तो बहुत आवश्यकता थी एक ऐसी मंजिल को डिफाइन करने की, उसकी परिभाषा देने की, जिसके द्वारा सब लोग एक ही मंजिल को देख सकें। उसको कोड सिटीजंस कंडक्ट राष्ट्रीय विश्व के एक कॉमन संविधान का, कि एक ऐसा संविधान जिसके द्वारा सभी राष्ट्र आपस में जुड़ जाएं और वर्ल्ड जो है विदाउट बाउंड्रीज आगे बढ़ सके। ये हमने देखा है भारत में, अगर एक उदाहरण के रूप में देखें तो आज़ादी से पहले सभी बल्कि ब्रिटिश के आने से पहले अलग अलग राज्य बटे हुए थे और वो किसी न किसी कारण से आपस में लड़ते भी रहते थे, आर्म्ड रेबेलियंस भी होते रहते थे, एक दूसरे के ऊपर सेना चढ़ाते रहते थे। लेकिन जैसे ही, क्योंकि वो राज्य की बाउंड्री को ही बाउंड्री माना जाता था, जैसे ही देश आजाद हुआ और जो है शीर्ष पे जो उस समय नेता थे उन्होंने सारी रियासतों को, राज्यों को जोड़ के एक राष्ट्र बनाया, तो अब देखिए एक राज्य की सेना दूसरे राज्य पे चढ़ाई नहीं करती है। जो भी मंथन होता है, डिस्कशन होता है या कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स आते हैं, उनको मंथन के द्वारा और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स के द्वारा या कोर्ट्स के द्वारा हल करने का प्रयास किया जाता है। कोई सेना लेके एक दूसरे पे नहीं चढ़ता। ऐसा ही अगर पूरे विश्व के सारे देशों को एक कर दिया जाए तो फिर कोई किसी पे चढ़ाई करने का कोई मतलब नहीं रह जाता है। ये सारा जो ये डिफेंस है, आर्मी है और जो एक दूसरे के साथ प्रतिस्पर्धा है राष्ट्रों में, वो भी इसमें समाप्त होगी। और जो अति राष्ट्रवाद है, राष्ट्रवाद एक अच्छी बात है, हमें भारतीय होने पे गर्व है, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं, क्योंकि हमारा जो संस्कृति है और जो प्राचीन सभ्यता है और ज्ञान है वो अद्वितीय है, इसमें कोई संदेह है नहीं। लेकिन यदि हम जापानी बन के पैदा हुए होते तो हम जापान के राष्ट्रवाद से प्रेरित होते, अगर अमेरिकन बन के पैदा होते तो वहां के राष्ट्रवाद से प्रेरित होते। ऐसा ही इवन अफगानिस्तान और पाकिस्तान में अगर पैदा होते तो वहां के हिसाब से ही हम सत्य और असत्य की परिभाषा में उसको शामिल करते। तो ये सब कंडीशनिंग राष्ट्रवाद की भी हटने की अब आवश्यकता है। बहुराष्ट्रीय नहीं होना चाहिए विश्व को एक ही राष्ट्र होना चाहिए। इसीलिए हम यूनाइटेड नेशंस में एक प्रस्ताव लेके जाएंगे कि आप अपने नाम में से ये आखिरी वाला एस हटा दो, इसको प्लूरल होने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, इसको मिलके एक यूनाइटेड नेशन बनाते हैं। क्योंकि जो कुछ भी जिस भी राष्ट्र में सिखाया जा रहा है लोगों को आपस में जोड़ने से संबंधित, उसको हर स्तर पे अप्लाई करो, उसको एक जगह जाके छोड़ो नहीं। ये मत बोलो कि बस ये राष्ट्र की सीमा तक ही ये अच्छी बातें जो हैं एप्लीकेबल हैं और विश्व स्तर पे नहीं है। जैसे एक छोटी सी बात कि कमिंग टुगेदर इज अ बिगनिंग, स्टेइंग टुगेदर इज प्रोग्रेस एंड वर्किंग टुगेदर इज सक्सेस। कि साथ में आना शुरुआत है, साथ में रुके रहना प्रोग्रेस है और साथ में काम करते चले जाना सक्सेस है। ये हेनरी फोर्ड जी ने कहा। तो उसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए जिस स्तर पे भी हम लोगों को साथ ला सकते हैं उसका प्लेटफॉर्म हम प्रोजेक्ट युग परिवर्तन के तहत बना रहे हैं। सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को साथ में कैसे लाया जाए, सभी रिलीजन्स को साथ में कैसे लाया जाए, सभी जातियों को साथ में कैसा लाया जाए, और सभी राष्ट्रों को साथ में लाके एक दूसरे में विलय कैसे कराया जाए, इसके सभी प्लेटफॉर्म्स हम तैयार कर रहे हैं। और सेल्फ एक्चुअलाइज लीडर्स नेटवर्क उसी लार्ज प्लेटफॉर्म में से एक अंग है, जिसमें मिशन नेटवर्क कराया जा रहा है लोगों को, कि जो लोग मिशन ओरिएंटेड लाइफ तक पहुंच चुके हैं, अगर हम अनुमान लगाएं कि 780 करोड़ में से अगर 1 करोड़ लोग भी पूरे विश्व में मिशन ओरिएंटेड लाइफ जी रहे हैं, पर्पसफुल लाइफ जी रहे हैं, मीनिंगफुल लाइफ जी रहे हैं, तो उसको अगर 17 से भाग कर दिया जाए तो हर एक गोल पे कम से कम भी 5-5, 7-7 लाख लोग, 10 लाख लोग एक ही मिशन पे काम कर रहे हैं। तो फिर वो अलग अलग क्यों कर रहे हैं? क्यों ना उनको कमिंग टुगेदर करा के और इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाया जाए, ऐसे गाइडलाइंस, प्रोटोकॉल, गाइडेंस ये सब दी जाए कि वो साथ रह सकें, जुड़े रह सकें, ऐसा हम ग्लू का काम कर सकें, जिससे कि स्टेइंग टुगेदर इज प्रोग्रेस हो जाए और उसके बाद सभी लोग एक ही विजन और एक ही मिशन के हो जाएं और वर्किंग टुगेदर तक पहुंच जाएं, तो वो सक्सेस पूरे प्लेनेट की हो जाएगी। तो उसी को लेते हुए हमने उसमें पंच लाइन भी रखी है, 1 कंट्री, 1 फैमिली, 1 वर्क प्लेस एंड 1 फिलॉसफी। एक राष्ट्र, एक परिवार और एक जो है कार्य क्षेत्र और एक ही फिलॉसफी, एक ही दर्शन अगर हमारा बन जाए तो देखेंगे 780 करोड़ लोग एक ही दिशा में चल पड़ेंगे और एक सिम्फनी बनेगी। अभी क्या है, हम सब सुर वाले तो हैं, लेकिन सबके सुर अलग अलग दिशा में जा रहे हैं, और जब अलग अलग दिशा में सुर जाते हैं तो जैसा सुधीर जी ने कहा, तो नॉइज बनती है। उस नॉइज को हटा के कैसे सिम्फनी बनाया जाए, इसके लिए सबको एक दिशा में लाना आवश्यक है। और दिशा में व्यक्ति एक में तब आता है जब वो सेल्फ एक्चुअलाइज्ड अवस्था से उसका विश्व दर्शन बनता है। सेल्फ एक्चुअलाइज्ड वो अवस्था है जहां पे इटर्नल प्रिंसिपल्स, सार्वभौमिक सिद्धांतों के द्वारा और नेचुरल प्रिंसिपल जो प्रकृति के नियम है उनके द्वारा व्यक्ति मनुष्य को साथ जोड़ने के पॉलिसी, प्रोसीजर, लॉज, कानून, संविधान ये सब बना पाता है। तो इसी कारण से हमने एक गोल नंबर 0 यूनाइटेड नेशंस में प्रपोज करना है, जैसे कि आप मेरे पीछे बैनर में देख सकते हैं। गोल 0, सेल्फ एक्चुअलाइजेशन ऑफ ऑल लीडर्स। जो लोग भी नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं वो सेल्फ एक्चुअलाइज्ड अवस्था से करें, तभी जाके ये विश्व जो है एक सुंदर जो है स्वर्ग बन पाएगा और सभी लोग एक तरह से उसका स्वाद ले पाएंगे। हम यहाँ पे मानव शरीर में दुख लेने नहीं आए हैं, दुखी करने भी नहीं आए हैं। हम सब लोग यहाँ पे शांति पूर्वक और आनंद पूर्वक रहने आए हैं। ये एक ट्रैवल है, ये टूर है। तो ये ट्रैवल और टूर थोड़ा सा हिंदी वाला अगर ये सफर रहे तो ठीक है, अगर ये इंग्लिश वाला सफर बनेगा तो फिर गड़बड़ होगी। तो इसीलिए इसी के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सुधीर जी, आपकी बातें, आपका मनोभाव सुन के बहुत ही प्रसन्नता हुई है। और हम आगे भी आपसे शफीक जी के द्वारा जो है साथ में चलते रहेंगे और सिनर्जी प्लेटफॉर्म पे आपका सहयोग लेते रहेंगे और आपको सहयोग देते रहेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सुधीर जी, नमस्कार। Okay, so now we will move on to our 4th speaker of the day, and for which I would like to invite my colleague Mr. Arvind Tiwari to invite the 4th speaker on the dais.
धन्यवाद हितेश जी। हमारे अगले स्पीकर से पहले एक ऐसा प्रश्न आया, उस पर मैं आपकी अनुमति से कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ। डिफेंस बजट के ऊपर उदय चंद जी ने लिखा है 70% ग्रेटर देन द बजट फॉर नेचर कंजर्वेशन, another big inequality, how to bring down the defense budget of different countries। इस पे हमारे
इसको हम पैनल डिस्कशन में लेंगे तो सभी जो स्पीकर्स हैं उनको ये क्वेश्चन दे पाएंगे।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, ये एक अच्छा प्रश्न आया है। और जैसा कि अभी सुधीर कुमार जी ने बात रखी, उस संबंध में भी कुछ 1-2 बातें कह करके आगे बढ़े तो उचित होगा, जिसमें है कि काक चेष्टा, जैसे इन्होंने बोला, विद्यार्थियों के कुछ लक्षण और हैं। काक चेष्टा बकुल ध्यानम श्वान निद्रा तथैव च अल्पाहारी गृहत्यागी विद्यार्थी 5 लक्षण। तो विद्यार्थी के 5 लक्षण हैं। अगर ये सब कोई विद्यार्थी बन जाए, कौवे जैसी चेष्टा, बगुले जैसा ध्यान, कुत्ते जैसा बिल्कुल एकदम एकाग्रता, और स्वयं शरीर को शुद्ध रखने के लिए भोजन पे नियंत्रण, और घर से काम के समय, पढ़ाई के समय, काम के समय लगाओ नहीं। तो एक बड़ा परिवर्तन लेकर के आता है। सुधीर जी की बातें बहुत अच्छी थी। बाकी और आगे बात करेंगे हमारे अगले स्पीकर श्रीनिवास कुमार एरापत्तू जी। Srinivas Kumar Erapattu, shortly SKY, has been 1 foot material and 1 foot spiritual from his childhood, and has been a mechanical engineer assembling mobile material handling equipment, prototype assembly, and also in the fields of education, property, finance, and licensing in the material world, and experience about 10 spiritual organizations, branded and unbranded. Post 50 years, he has dedicated himself for the further betterment of life of the humans, other species, and Mother Earth, and founded the Sky Transformations, focused on 360-degree transformations of the individuals, families, organizations, and the society. The Sky Global Step focus completely on educational transformations and universal consciousness trust based, focused on supporting people to stand on their own legs. He is an SALDP graduate and inspired by Project YugParivartan. He too has ventured to organize 7 full days global online K-12 educational SWOT I Summit from October 9 to 15, 2021, covering all stakeholders in the education of 0 to 19 years age group worldwide by encouraging a thorough root cause SWOT analysis to find ground zero solutions and their implementation. He is in the process of developing a 24/7 by 365 days facility for the total transformations in education for imparting holistic learning and application. Besides these, by virtue of his 360-degree outlook in all walks of life, he is connected to various people and organizations for multiple transformations. He always feels that with the right synergy, cooperation, coordination, and collaboration of the right players, the sky itself or himself need not be the limit. In short, he considers himself to be a bridging and collaboration agent for goodness to prevail on planet Earth. So we all welcome our own SLDP graduate, Srinivas Kumar Erapattu, and hand over this platform for his views. Thank you, Srinivas Kumarji.
Thank you so much, Arvind Tiwari ji. And I think repeatedly listening our story.
Volume is slightly low, Srinivas.
Acha. Okay, how is it now?
Slightly better, yeah.
Okay, let me see a little more. Yeah, I think I'm not able to further. How is it?
So instead of increasing the volume of the electronic instrument, you can increase your volume. That will compensate for it.
I'll make an attempt. And I think I need this. I mean, I've already connected to the screen share, right? 1 second. Now, since our chief mentor wanted me particularly to have a PowerPoint presentation, I rarely do PowerPoint presentations, and inspired and instructed by our chief mentor, so let me venture into a PowerPoint. Thank you all so much. And in the space that I had, I also passed information to a couple of people about the program. And I'm happy that the participation was able to improve from about 38 to something like 45. So that shows that a few people are willing to listen to me. Thank you. Thanks for the last set of participants who have come in. I'm just getting the PowerPoint ready for you. Well, I think I have done it. Are you able to see, sir?
Yes, it is visible.
And my voice, is it okay?
Yes.
Right. Now, all that I've done is, because in the last minute or so, when there was a need for some more speakers, then I ventured and volunteered, because inequality is something that is definitely close to my heart. And yeah, this is a very interesting subject. And if we really dwell very honestly, touching our hearts as to why this inequality happens, many, many fascinating things will come out. And when you really start seeing it from a 360-degree perspective. So what I did is, because CM has been pushing me to do a PowerPoint, I took the refuge of there is something called Sustainable Development Solutions Forum, which was actually started by the United Nations, the then Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, way back in 2012 or anywhere between 2012 to 16. I think in the course of this PowerPoint, those details are available. So I have taken refuge of their work on the inequality, and I will reference to that point and add whatever I can do in the course of the discussion. I hope this will make some sense to all of you.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. This is goal number 10, reduce inequalities within and among countries. And now in this, in their observation, I find that there is this inequality. They have made an attempt in terms of more related to income and the monetary related areas. So let me go through that pattern of what they have done and see where all I can add up. And I believe my earlier speaker, I should particularly thank Mr. Sudhir for swapping my session with him, because I was locked up in another session right now going on. And thanks to Sudhir, and I had a glimpse of what Sudhir was talking. And I think he touched up a mind-boggling varieties of on the inequalities. So whether I'm necessary to further talk to you is itself a question mark. In fact, I should have spoken before Sudhir and made him the last speaker. Anyway, now 2030 progressively to achieve and sustain income growth of the bottom 40% of the population at the rate higher than the national average. So like this, they have taken up some indicators, and they have also given some proposed indicators as to how to move about. So these are all some technical details. So they would take up on inequality at the top end of the income distribution, and there are certain technical ratios like the Palmer ratios and such things, which they would take as indicators to see whether the bottom 40% of the population can be risen up to the better income levels. So this is how their pattern goes by. Now I have this is very regularly being used. Let me run through what is this national average income. The average income is basically calculated as a gross national income and population on dividing all annual incomes and profits by the amount of the country's population. So this can be kept in mind by all. Then there is another definition of what is this median income. Now, in calculation, they go by the income in the past 12 months, income from households, and this includes the income of the households and all other individuals who are 15 years old and over. And although the household income statistics cover the 12 months period, the characteristics of individuals and the composition of the households refer during the interview time is a why? Because during such calculations, we are not very sure whether all the people are really covered up or all the data is sufficiently taken into consideration. And by 2030, it is also proposed to empower and promote the social, economic, political inclusion of all, irrespective of, this is where we need to make a note of the suggestion that is given there is, it is to empower and promote the social, economic, and the political inclusion of all, irrespective of age. Because today political inclusion is something like above 18 years. And what it really means of irrespective of age is something that I would like to go more into. And I also see some wonderful opportunities here. Why? Because maturity is not a direct reference with reference to only the age factor alone. I do come across some quite a matured lot of people in the younger generation, and I also do find some of the older generation not as matured as they are supposed to be. So therefore, age, irrespective of age is a very interesting factor to me. And sex, disability, race, ethnicity, origin, religion, or economic or any other status. So these are all the factors that they want to take into consideration and to empower and promote social, economic, and the political inclusion. And the indicators here is the percentage of women, men, indigenous people, and local communities with secure rights to land, property, natural resources, measured by the percentage with documented or recognized evidence of the tenure, and percentage who perceive their rights are recognized and protected. So like this, there are certain indicators that they are going to take on to. Now these are all the notes that have been developed by the intellectuals over a period of time, what they have compiled. Then, ensure equal opportunity and reduce inequalities of outcome, including through eliminating discriminatory laws, policies, and practices, and promoting appropriate legislation, policies, and actions in this regard. And what are the indicators here? Percentage of seats held by women and minorities in national parliament and or sub-national elected office according to their respective share of the population. So like that, there are a few indicators here. So the intellectual thought has gone to an extent where they are attempting to make it an all-inclusive affair, so whereby the inequalities that have been arising over periods of time for very many reasons are reduced from time to time, so that there is a decent level of reduction of inequality by the year 2030. Now, since Mr. Sudhir, my earlier speaker, has done sufficient justification, maybe I'll only be adding up a few more points and a little overview and an insight or a deeper insight as to why these inequalities are happening. Well, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let us see by taking a few random samples as to whether it is necessary that we had these inequalities till date, and how is that we're going to overcome these inequalities in the years to come. Now, I will raise certain poses to you, but probably because of paucity of time. In fact, I would like to have had a sort of a joint discussion on these matters But anyway, because of paucity of time and further up, there is going to be a common discussion, a panel discussion. Let's see what we can do there. Now, we have created inequality with reference to age factor. We thought that the smaller children have lesser brains and lesser capabilities. The youth have got proportionate brains and capabilities. And as they move up in age, they are supposed to be more mature. Well, ladies and gentlemen, is this ever been a factor? Was there any time, was there a truth? Then if that is so, why is there a story of Prahlad? And why is that an younger Swami Vivekananda could speak so much? And or for that matter, Adi Shankara himself, his age was not that big. So therefore, I am a strong votary that it is all bullshit talking about age as a factor of the levels of maturity and participation. Now, out in our organization, Sky Transformations, we are steadily working out on dissolving this age factor. In fact, we believe very strongly that the best school in this world is the world itself, comprising of the nature and the eternal principles. Now, majority of the human beings are pretty locked up in the material pursuits of life, and I would like to very fondly recall my loving chief mentor, Sri Hitesh Chandel, who once told me that real maturity and real life will start only after you attain enlightenment. Now, of late, this factor is becoming very, very profound to me. And the reason is, my dear chief mentor Hitesh Chandel and my very beloved friend avatars, the galaxy of avatars who are there in Defined Values Consultants, and the very many avatars who is going to come anyway, and the minimum number is going to be something like 10 lakhs. And my personal wish is to at least contribute to about 1 lakh, identify 1 lakh such avatars for our Hitesh Chandel to make his job relatively more easier. Now, it is this point that Sri Hitesh Chandel has told me some time back, that only when you attain a certain degree of enlightenment, the real life starts. Now, what it means, ladies and gentlemen, here is, now when you are still in the material domain, you apply lots of localized logic as to what your net accumulated mind is talking about. And because of that, what happens is that you can maximum think and talk to the level of consciousness that you have attained. And again, Defined Values Consultants gives a big classification of consciousness from S1 to S6, wherein S1s are those people who don't even know how to live for today. And S6 are those people who are supposed to be the right mentors for this world. It is not the usual mentors that we are talking about in the Western world or the Eastern world. At least the definition of the mentorship is much better in the Eastern world. So, here, since we understand that your maturity and your intellectual capabilities and your consciousness levels really matter in the decision making. And it is also very well known that age, gender, and any other classification of religion, caste, creed, race, religion, and so on, none of these are factors. And at every point of time, from times immemorial, all these factors have been broken in some way or the other. Valmiki, belonging to the backward community, has broken the chain and proved that even the so-called backward communities can outperform. So like that, every possibility of breaking has happened in the patterns. So therefore, the world over, it is but essential that we break all these barriers of age limitation, gender limitation, caste, creed, race, religion, and all such, or small country or the big country. That is another big joke. Now, Israel is a very small country, but what level of intellectualism are they talking about? We need to understand that. And the kinds of intellectualism that can happen in different parts of this world. For example, the relatively more degree of honesty of pursuits in the Scandinavian countries, and the restoration of the culture and heritage that is there still in Japan. Now, these are all the factors that are to be noted. How many people remember that Japan is one of the rare countries in this world which still maintain their government balance sheets on the profit side, whereas the majority of the countries, including the big nations or the giant of nations, have a huge negative balance sheet. How many of us are really projecting these figures? And now, coming back to this point where Hitesh Chandelji was telling me, in spite of all this understanding, in spite of all this growth in this direction, there is still a limitation in the human endeavor, and therefore it becomes very, very essential that we have to advance in our consciousness capabilities. And this consciousness capabilities will only happen when you tend to get into the path of enlightenment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me also tell you point blank here that I have had my own opportunities to evolve little by little in pockets in terms of higher consciousness level. I remember a wonderful chartered accountant of ours who was taking care of our trust accounts. Well, about 5 years or 6 years back, when I was talking to him, I said that, Mr. Mehta, I don't think honestly I'm that good a guy. But many times I keep thinking that I need to do a lot of good to the people around. And there is a dichotomy within myself. I don't think I can claim myself to be a great good guy, but on one side. On the other side, I seem to be wanting to do a lot of good for people. Now to this, Mr. Mehta gave a wonderful reply. And that reply is, Sky, please continue to do your good work. And as you do your good work, your consciousness level will keep rising up. And as this consciousness level keeps rising up, a day will come when you can gradually glide into the eternal factors of life. So like this, there are several directions and dimensions of how one can improve their consciousness levels. And ladies and gentlemen, let me underline in a very, very profound order that it is not enough that we talk about inequalities and overcoming these inequalities just by having a look at the income factors, how much each one of us are earning, and what is the status of the poor nations and the rich nations and so on. Now, these material calculations are not totally sufficient when you really look into the deeper gamut of having a better insight on inequalities. There can be inequalities at the level of the physical plane. All of us are not of equal height. All of us are not of equal weight. All of us are not of the same color. Now, how will you overcome that? This inequality cannot be overcome. You can never ever think of overcoming this inequality. But does it mean that I, being shorter than Hitesh Chandelji, will eliminate discount or drop down my consciousness level or reduce my capacity to become an eternally aware entity? Not so. So therefore, we need to understand that when we really talk about inequalities, certain parameters doesn't matter. How will you 100% equalize the man and the woman? I don't understand this at all. Is there a necessity to make the man and woman 100% equal. Not necessary and not at all possible also. There is a beautiful role that the woman can take up, and there is a beautiful role that the man can take up. Only thing is that we should not keep tampering, we should not keep pulling down people in the name of inequality. In the name of inequality, I can't pull down a woman and saying that you're only that and better be that only. But having said this, if I start encouraging all the women to do anything and everything in this world, there is also a possibility and the danger that they will lose their balance of health. The physical health, the emotional health, the intellectual health, and so on. Who is going to compensate that? Why are there so many infertility centers in this part of the century now? Do we have the answers for them? So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, my humble note here is that about when we talk about reduction of inequalities, we need to have a higher intelligence in order to assess and understand as to how we have to address these inequalities. And for this, my only answer is depending on dharma. That's all. There is no better indicator. Whatever, you can try any number of indicators here, but I don't think there is something better than natural dharma and eternal dharma. That's all. Why? Because the whole world basically operates on the natural and the eternal dharma. So we need to, as long as we get closer to that part and hang on to it and find out what that is, then I think we'll be in a position to give a better equation to how to overcome these inequalities. I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, you will agree to what I have said till now. Why? Because if you go bluntly by the measurement of literally looking at the figures, the mathematical figures of the height or the weight or the color or the income factor. Now, have you not observed a situation where there is somebody in this world with a lesser income and he is absolutely happy? With a low income, he is absolutely happy, he or she. But whereas there are people who are billionaires and trillionaires who are not that happy at all. Now, how will you equate that? So when you're talking about inequalities, we need to take into consideration these factors also. I'll move on to the next slide. And adopt policies, especially fiscal, wage, social protection policies, and progressively achieve greater equality. And the indicators here are percentage of eligible population covered by national social protection programs. And you have the ILO, International Labour Organization, which will do some balancing acts there. The next point is improve regulation and monitoring of global financial markets, institutions, and strengthen implementation of such regulations. So therefore, here is, as far as the material world is concerned, I think these solutions have reasonably and honestly addressed the various possibilities of how to balance the inequalities. So here is a situation in this, through this presentation, you can find that there is also an attempt and wanting to monitor global financial markets too. And that's a good thought, I should say. Ensure enhanced representation and voice of developing countries in decision-making in global, international, economic, and financial institutions in order to deliver more effective, credible, accountable, and legitimate institutions. Now, we are also aware that in the name of big nations and small nations, and the big 5, the big 7, and the big 20 nations in this world, there have been there have been not sufficient representation for the smaller countries. And as we were already discussing, there is no dearth of intelligence in the smaller countries. There is no dearth of capabilities to offer solutions to the bigger countries, like how Israel thinks. So therefore, how do you create the proper representation for the smaller countries? Can be a good question, and any discussions and any decisions taken by 2030 in that direction will be a highly welcome factor. Encourage the ODA. And what is ODA? Official Development Assistance, as defined by the respective governments, which is offered in the form of aids, and the financial flows, including foreign direct investment to states where the need is greatest, and in particular LDCs. What is LDC? Least developed countries and African countries, SIDS, which is sudden infant death syndrome, such issues. When they happen in these countries, how do we give the necessary support for such African nations? And LLDC, landlocked developing countries. So how do we make them all inclusive is also the arena where the thinking is going on. Then by 2030, reduce to less than 3% the transaction cost of migrant remittances. You know that when there is a migration of population, there are some good number of countries which require them to make certain migrant remittances. And some nations are as high or even higher than 5%. And there is an attempt to reduce this to 3% or even lesser, so that probably they are going to encourage more migration of people from different parts of the world. Now, when this migration can happen, I think probably there could be a narrowing of the excessive adherence to countries, and probably there could be a dissolution towards what is called as a Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Probably I can see some signals of those things to happen through this kind of initiatives. So in conclusion, what I would like to tell you all, ladies and gentlemen, is that these income-based, monetary aspects-based, financial aspects, or foreign direct investments in the growing nations or the underdeveloped nations and so on, anything related to the financial aspects can be one side of the coin. And on the other side, whether you consider the physical aspect of life, you cannot equate it at any point of time. You cannot probably immediately equate the emotional balancing of the people. Why? Because each individual is there in different consciousness levels. And how do you equate the emotional balancing of each of these people? So that will still remain a question. Then out of the intellectual side, there are people who are bound to learn more and more, and obviously they're going to be more intellectual in nature. And there are people who may not show more interest in learning, and they would fall back. How are you going to balance the inequality in that? And last but not the least, which is less practiced in this world, in this material world, is that of each one of the human being's spiritual elevation. And once again, to quote Hitesh Chandel ji, there is a rider there in the spiritual elevation. And with more and more spiritual elevation, probably we can move on to dissolving the very many differences in this world. That is why Hitesh Chandel ji is very much looking forward for the self-actualized leaders to actually take up the responsibilities of any nation, and for which he thinks that for India, there is a requirement of about 10 lakh self-actualized leaders. And you all know that India has got about 6 lakh 40,000 villages or so. So about at least we should have two self-actualized leaders in every village. And we pray that these self-actualized leaders also will not fight like the regular leaders that we see in the current times. That is why we need the self-actualized leaders. The self-actualized leaders are there for the better understanding of life, so that there is no differences among them. They dissolve the differences and start working towards the overall growth and the progress of this world. Now, last but not the least, let me now ask all the countries in this world and all the great leaders of this world and the United Nations, how serious are you in really dissolving the inequalities? How serious are you, my dear 200 plus countries in this world and the presidents? How serious are you really in order to solve the global climate problem? If you're very, very serious, I'm sure that with the intellectual caliber of all the great people in this world, we can solve this problem, in my opinion, in maximum 2 to 3 years. Or if not, it can be 5 years. So count the date, 2021 we are, maximum add another 5 years, 2026. Or the worst scenario, it can be possible to complete it in 2030. And 2030 is the date designated by the United Nations. Now, I would only humbly ask the United Nations and all the presidents of all the countries, how serious are you in dissolving these differences so that we really move on to what is called as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in the traditional language of India, or call it as one big world with the least or the zero differences among the people in this world. Those people who can really be contributive and not be destructive to Mother Earth, and those people who can really be valuable to the rest of the species. If not valuable, at least not be a problem to the rest of the species, and not be a further problem to Mother Earth. It is the humans, it is very well known that it is only the humans who are creating most of the problems of this world. Nature's imbalances will happen. There you have no big say. And if you're really interested and humans are really capable of, it is those things that we need to eternally evolve and start looking at why these cyclones are actually happening, why earthquakes are really happening. It is these matters that we have to really spiritually travel and understand why such things are really happening. Those are the things that we need to really dwell onto. And if we can do such kinds of practices, I am sure that with the combination of the material balancing and the combination of spiritual elevation and improvement, there is going to be a great opportunity for this world to see a wonderful world for the rest of humanity and for the future generations. And well, I do not know to what extent I can go out to the question Q&A. Is there time for Q&A? I do not know. But before you ask those questions, let me go on to my acknowledgements. And I profusely thank DVC, PYP. Congratulations, DVC and PYP, for being an amazing organization. There are very few private organizations who have taken up the responsibility for the total transformation of this world, and from an absolutely top-down approach. Even if DVC is only 40% effective, assume that they are only 40% effective to be able to cater and answer this situation, I would still support DVC for the simple reason that till date, I have not come across any private initiative in this world which is really wanting to transform the whole world. My standing ovation to Sri Hitesh Chandel ji for taking this initiative, And Hitesh Chandel ji, I am absolutely with you in this function. And only thing is that you know that we need to rally things from very many directions, and that is the only reason that I am not moving very closely with you. Why? Because you have all the know-how of what to do at your level, and there are other people who will join you. But there are so many other areas that we need to concentrate and lift up the consciousness level. That is the only reason that I'm working from the other counters. Otherwise, I would have been 24/7 with you. And I think we need to, all the thoughtful people in this world have to distribute the labor among themselves, distribute the workload, and start becoming active and very hyperactive, and see that things are really changing on a time frame. There is a lot of paperwork, online paperwork or documentation work, and offline developments of very many natures. And we had those famous, what you call as 5-year plans that were put in independent India. But with all those, we were not able to practically succeed to a much bigger dimension in 70 to 75 years. And I once again appeal to all the Committee of Nations, if you are absolutely serious about wanting to bring about a major transformation in this world, 3 to 10 years is more than enough to bring about a major transformation. The only requirement for every thoughtful leader and all the responsible citizens of this world is we need to take that thoughtful decision that we are going to enter the new world order. That's all. If you've taken that decision, the job is done. The answer, we have got the answer. And for these reasons, I definitely would keep thanking DVC and PYP for their wonderful work. Keep going on. Kudos to you, team. And I thank the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, launched by the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon in August 2012, from where I have sourced the content for today's presentation. And to this, I have added the sky flavor. So it is a combo of United Nations Self-Development Solutions Network and Sky's Thoughts is what I presented today. I thank all the audience who have joined, and at the last minute, those people who have joined on my request, I thank you all profusely for being excellent listeners and observers. Last but not the least, I should definitely thank Mr. Leroy Ferro, our Sky Global Step envoy in Goa and Maharashtra, for clearly understanding the context and created this beautiful PowerPoint presentation. Thank you one and all. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thanks, Skyji, for this wonderful presentation on reduced inequalities. And this shows that you have a multifaceted understanding about this ecosystem. You are working on education system reforms in a big way. And at the same time, you have very well related that with the reduced inequalities, because more and more people are understanding and accepting the fact that all the poverty that is there on this planet today is due to the poor education system that we have. Unless the education system enriches us, we will not be a prosperous community all across. So this education system reforms is a critical need, and we are working, like we are exploring several organizations who are working on education system reforms. Just recently, we have returned from a 7-day study trip to evaluate a particular content towards proposing that as an education system in the New World Order. So more such study trips would be conducted, and very soon we will be there with you in Chennai and meet you there to take the Chennai chapter to the next steps. Thanks, Sky. Thanks a lot.
And CM, if you don't mind, if you can excuse me, the session that is parallel that is going on, I have
sure, no issues, no issues.
Addressing about 200 correspondents from Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, no issues. So we will get in touch with you separately. We have the other three panelists available with us for answering all the questions that are posted by the audience on the chat box. I have noted them down in a single sheet, so I will read them one by one. But before that, I would like my colleague Arvind Tiwari ji to invite all the speakers of the day to the panel.
Thank you for this opportunity, and I thank the other panelists here, and I missed you all. I'm missing many of the Hitesh Chandel ji's programs, which I really love to get connected. So probably if I improve a little more on sky transformations and my other activities, I'll be spending more time with you, Hitesh ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dhanyavad Hitesh. I request all the speakers of the day, Francine Pinto, she is visible now, Lavisha ji, Sudhesh ji, all of you are welcome here on this beautiful panel to respond to the questions raised by our regular attendees and very curious attendees. Thank you all.
Thanks, Arvindji. So I'll just quickly jump on to the various questions. The first one is from Mr. Raja. It was specifically asked from Dr. Francis Pinto. Why do we people need incentive for doing good, doing even good for self? Why do we need incentive? Why humans are designed in a manner that we need incentives for even doing something good for the humanity?
So the fact is that unless you have reached your own actualized position and you keep on thinking everything is in terms of a transaction, then there is always a transaction for doing something. There is a price tag. तो जब तक आप वहां पे उस झमेले में है, you will always require incentive to do anything. It starts from young age when parents push the child, you do this, then I'll give you that. So that becomes your part of your life process. And today with many families having one child, so one child policy ने तो ये और भी खराब कर दिया. So that's why China changed that policy and again made 2 children, because they realized that the basic skills of human life are learned at home. There is no greater school than family. So as a result, all this starts because the actualization has not happened. Sad to say, our education system has been only reading, writing, arithmetic, and then go and throw everything in the exam paper, and बाद में garbage out, garbage in, ऐसे करके वो चला जाता है. We don't have life skills. So I think the biggest challenge is how to create people with a self-worth. And when you know your worth, you know you are invaluable, then you will do with the selfless bhavana, as Sudhir sir very rightly explained, that it is all about you knowing your worth and you doing it from that seva bhavana. Once you understand that, everything falls in place. I hope my answer was good enough.
It is very much appropriate, and it in fact revalidates our belief that the goal number 0, self-actualization of all leaders, is the need of the hour and will definitely become popular in times to come, because the world is actually waiting for a holistic solution, right? So very appropriate into the context. And on a lighter note, Mr. Rajiv has responded on the chat box that China made 3 children rule recently with financial incentive to parents having 3rd child. Wow. So all those in India who have 2 children and they want to have the 3rd one, so it's better to get that delivered while in China.
I have 3 daughters, so I should get.
Yes, you should get the incentive. And I have 2 sons, so now I can try for the 3rd child, because in India there is no incentive for the 3rd child. So it's better to move on to China and have it there. Great. So this was on a lighter note. Now coming to the next question. This is from Mr. Mahendra Tang, and this is pointed to Lavisha. In every sense, except soul, we all are different. Each human are different from each other. all animals are different from each other. So how can we have equality?
I think that's a very great analysis and a very great question. I think in terms of equality, the matters like, human rights, the matters like getting equal opportunity is something which is very much, need of an hour, I would rather say. So, where there are several domains, there are several organisms, you cannot just relate everybody together and come out of one particular equality criteria. Equality can varies from different dynamics. It can differ from different genders as well, but the fact is comparing them and taking a factor that nobody can be equal is something which is a discriminatory sense in its own way. So I would rather say, human rights and opportunities and others, these economical factors, income factors, they are meant to be equal. And if you're going to see it in that way, then is the way that you're going to see the process of progress, and that you are going to see the process of development into the holistic point of view. So yeah, I would just want to talk to you. And in terms of organism and animals as well, humans are the social animals, and we are, our policies, our various laws, and our various initiatives, they are not just valued. There are laws for the animals as well in this country. There are laws for other organisms, and these policies being taken into consideration. So even if the violation takes place, everybody stand up for them. So that's what I want to say, and I hope that I cleared my point.
Great response, Lavisha. This once again reiterates your maturity about these subjects. You have been very prompt about responding to this question. And we would love to listen more from you in a dedicated forum, which we will have as a series of webinars with various eminent speakers. Thanks a lot, Lavisha. Next question was again from Lavisha, from Mr. Neem Kumar Jain. Is inequality in income a problem or challenge in our Bharat? Yes, it is. But women inequality is not. Actually, such phobia has been created. In our Bharat, women were used to have a very high status than men. In fact, it decreased during the period 800 years of Mughal rule and 200 years of British rule. This somewhat decreased importance of women was due to security reason of women from foreign intruders and their sycophants. Even this was better than women's status in the countries of our foreign rulers and Russia, China, etc. These countries are responsible to create a phobia that women are considered inferior to men in Bharat. So this means in India, this was never a problem, but it was kind of forced upon us due to the various invasions done by the Mughals and the British. And now we are suffering from the remnants of the British era and the Mughal era, which has got into the DNA of Indian communities. So now how to bring back the status of the women at par with their male counterparts, which all areas we can focus on to fix this gap. Although I have one more thing to add to it, the situation is much better in India than several other countries around us. And women here are seen in almost all walks of life, like flourishing and growing in their professional career as well. I have slightly noted, I don't know, I don't have the detailed statistics, but when it comes to leadership, we still do not have enough representation of women in various areas. When it comes to management in various corporate entities and other business areas, we can see women becoming visible. But what about leadership?
Thank you so much for this question. And it's actually like, it contains a lot of point of views. And, in order to answer that thing, I just want to take you to the past scenarios. I've studied that, at the time of the human evolution, when the human body, like we had a human evolution, so what happened that the human bodies used to be erect, right? Like when the, it started to be in erect position, like we used to be bent, so what happened at that time, the, it had a major control on woman body. So what happened, the birth canal basically shortened and underdeveloped children started taking place. So even at that time, the scenario was, it was self understood that the child was very much closer to the mother. And at that time, what happened, the mother was it was in need of an hour, so the mother used to stay home, stayed and the men used to go and hunt and get the food. But at that particular time, what happened, the distribution of work started, it took place. And that distribution of work, people thought that it is basically a tradition, whereas it was a need of an hour. The child, it was supposed to be happen just because of the health issues that the child was facing at that time. And we are facing the consequences of it till date, that there is a mindset that women are supposed to live at home, they're just supposed, they're the caretakers, they're divine, that these are the conceptions that have been made so far till date. And in terms of opportunities, I would say, yes, there are very laws which talk about that women, wages should be given into very much, equally that the men have been given, several other laws. But it's a matter of mindset, okay? So many people till date think that, women are weaker than men, whereas no law, no theory ever said that. Even if I say, a concept of feminism, people think that feminism is always about, hating men, men are, women are superior than this. This is not a concept. We should have that vision inside us that, men and women are, equal, absolutely equal. Whereas it is totally contradictory to the meaning of feminism if you say that women are superior than women. It's actually like a total different concept of it. And when you talk about, other countries, that, yeah, I believe that, our laws, Indian laws are better than, we stand for women rights. But I would not even say that, that these countries are not, not promoting this thing that our women are, weaker than that. It's just that, there are loopholes in the mindset of the people, and there are several norms about the people. And in terms of leadership, I would say that even in the United Nations, there's not been a single woman secretary general. Seriously, like so many nominated candidates, women were there, but they didn't never got support. In fact, like in these recent elections, Aurora Kanksha, she was a Canadian Indian, like Indo-Canadian woman. She nominated, she got nominated, but because of the pandemic situation, the elections got cancelled, and the same secretary general has been appointed again. So this is the scenario that still date, after so many years of United Nations, we still didn't had a single secretary general of women candidacy. So yeah, whereas we somehow lack this loophole. And if we're not going to see, we are going to see this vision that, America, Russia, India in that particular day, you guys are doing that. No, if you're going to work on a collective action, that woman belongs to the entire world, men belongs to the entire world, just don't divide us into these ways. Just think in a very collective action that, we have to work on it no matter what is our gender is. Of course, we're going to work on each and every loophole that works today. And that's what I just want to say in this context. And that was a really great question. And thank you for this question.
Thanks, Lavisha, for completely out of the box response to this. I also believe that time has come when we should move forward as an Indian community from our Mughal invaders and British invaders. They have long gone out of this country. What we need to now do is to restore the systems and bring them back to the eternal principles as envisioned by our ancient Rishi Munis in their scriptures. And these also should not be followed verbatim. We need to bring them in a contemporary format, which is applicable for solving today's problem. And for this, original thinkers are required. We cannot just go by the scriptures, because truth cannot be scripted anyways. The scriptures can point us towards the truth, but they cannot document the truth altogether, because every situation is unique. What we have seen in the ancient world were different situations, different problems. We can learn the patterns from there, the wisdom to solve those problems, but we have to apply that with our own wisdom, with our own original thinking, right? So that's something which we need to do introspection upon. So thanks, Lavisha, on this response. Okay, now next question is for Mr. Sudhir Kumar, considering that he is part of the teaching community and is an associate professor in a university. I don't know if that is your subject matter expertise, because it is related to the defense. And I don't know if any one of us today in the panel would be able to respond to this, but yes, we can give our insight. The question is from Mr. Uday Chand that defense budget world over is 70% greater than budget for nature conservation. Another big inequality. How to bring down the defense budgets of different countries? Over to you, Sudhirji.
थैंक्स फॉर द क्वेश्चन. क्वेश्चन पे जाने से पहले मैं एक पॉइंट लविशा जी के पॉइंट पे सिर्फ जोड़ना चाहूंगा, जो अभी से पहले का क्वेश्चन था कि अगर जो इंट्रोड्यूस वगैरह और बाकी चीजों की हम बात जो कर रहे हैं, स्क्रिप्चर्स की जो बात कर रहे हैं, गुरुवर रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर की एक बहुत अच्छी पंक्ति है अपने हिंदुस्तान को लेकर. अगर हम हिंदुस्तान की ही बात करें, हिंदुस्तान के महिलाओं की बात हो रही है, उसके बाद मैं डिफेंस पे लाऊंगा. हेथा आर्य हेथा अनार्य हेथा द्राविड़ चीन, हेथा आर्य हेथा अनार्य हेथा द्राविड़ चीन, शक होन कुशान पुठान मोगल होलो एको देहो लीन. तो ये हमारे भारत की अस्मिता और भारत की संस्कृति है कि आज सब एक देह में लीन हो गए हैं और सिर्फ एक संस्कृति बची है जो कि भारतीयता की संस्कृति है, और नए तरीके से चीजों को देखने की जरूरत है इस कवायद को. अब मैं आता हूं डिफेंस की बात में, तो सिर्फ एक ही बात मैं कहना चाहूंगा डिफेंस को लेकर. निश्चित ही जो प्रकृति को लेकर बात होनी चाहिए, उसके कंजर्वेशन को लेकर जो बात होनी चाहिए, उस ओर हमारा बजट बहुत कम है. रक्षा में हमारा बजट बहुत ज्यादा है, चूंकि मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि परा प्रकृति की प्रकृति में अपनी प्रकृति को मिलाना होगा, और हम इससे कहीं ना कहीं परे जा रहे हैं. ये जो अंदर का डर है, और एक जो बात होती है जो बिग 5 बिग 7 बिग 20 की आती है कि डू नॉट डू व्हाट आई डू व्हाट आई से. हम जो कहते हैं वो करो तुम, हम जो करते हैं तुम वो मत करो. बट वहां पे भी अगर हम भारतीयों ने देखा है कि हमने अपना एक अलग मार्ग अपनाया है. जब न्यू वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक एंड हम न्यू वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर की बात करते हैं, जब हम न्यूको की बात करते हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन एंड कम्युनिकेशन के ऑर्डर की बात करते हैं, तब वहां पे हमने एक नया निकाला था गुड़ निरपेक्ष आंदोलन. तो वैसे ही जहां पे हम रक्षा बजट बढ़ाने की बात कर रहे हैं, एक देश दूसरे देश पे जब मारामारी की बात करते हैं, तो हमें इसका मूल देखना चाहिए, क्यों करते हैं. क्या यहाँ पे इंफॉर्मेशन आइडियोलॉजिकल वार की बात हो रही है? क्योंकि आज के समय में वर्ल्ड सिर्फ दो भागों में विभाजित है. वन इज इंफॉर्मेशन रिच एंड वन इज इंफॉर्मेशन पुअर, और इंफॉर्मेशन इज अ पावर. तो जब हम सारे देशों को सेल्फ एक्चुअलाइज्ड कर देंगे, जब हम उनको इंफॉर्मेशन के हिसाब से पावरफुल कर देंगे, जब वो खुद में स्वनियंत्रित होकर अपनी बात करने लगेंगे, तो निश्चित ही देश के नियंताओं को भी और देश के बाकी के लोगों को भी इस बारे में सोचना होगा. और धरा पे जो ये सोनित का व्यापार है, ये जो लहू का जो व्यापार है, वो बंद होगा. क्योंकि इसके पीछे का जो उनका आइडिया वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ इसलिए है कि लोगों में भ्रम की स्थिति हमेशा रहने दो. हम युद्ध में नहीं जाना चाहेंगे कि गल्फ वार क्यों हुआ और अमेरिका ने इराक पे क्यों आक्रमण किया. मैं इस पे नहीं जाना चाहूंगा कि WMD वेपन ऑफ मास डिस्ट्रक्शन कहां बनते हैं. मैं इस पे भी नहीं जाना चाहूंगा कि कोविड-19 किसने लाया, ये वायरस मैन मेड है या फिर ये नेचुरल है. लेकिन अगर आप देखें तो जिस ढंग से ये चीजें चल रही है, आपस का जो एक भय है वो कहीं ना कहीं लोगों में ये चीजें क्रिएट कर रहा है. और ये कहीं ना कहीं तरीके से अगर हम देखें तो हमारा जो संचार है वो मिस कर रहा है इन सब चीजों को एड्रेस करने के लिए. जिस दिन से हम, क्योंकि बाद में अगर हम देखें तो खाड़ी वार के बाद जॉर्ज बुश को और टोनी ब्लेयर को अपने संसद में माफी मांगनी पड़ी बाद में इराक के रवैये को लेकर. तो ये चीजें बदलती है जब इंटेलेक्चुअल्स जुड़ते हैं आपस में, जब वर्ल्ड पे लोग एक फोरम पे आते तरीके से बात करने के लिए, चीजों को एड्रेस करने के लिए, तो निश्चित ही ये चीजें बदलती है. और आने वाले समय में ये डिफेंस का भी चीज बहुत हद तक बदला है, आगे और भी बदलेगा, ऐसी संभावना.
बिल्कुल सही आपने कहा सुधीर जी. किसी का नोट है? हाँ जी, तो ये बिल्कुल सही बात है एकदम. और इसी से मिलता जुलता अगला क्वेश्चन भी था आर फातिमा जी का कि हमारा दुश्मन कौन है, इंसान का दुश्मन क्यों, जो हम एक दूसरे को मारने के लिए हथियार बनाते और खरीदते हैं. इस पर डिस्कशन होना चाहिए. तो बिल्कुल आई थिंक दिस क्वेश्चन मस्ट गो to every forum, every serious forum on this planet, that why at all we are enemy to each other. Because if this enmity is not removed, then all these defense budgets will continue to rise. as we can recently see in Australia as well, which is kind of a totally different country in a different piece of land, and still they had to raise their defense budget multifold. Why it has happened? Because they see that a particular country is increasing their presence through the Navy into their seas. So this kind of threat, this kind of fear perception, sometimes which may be real and sometimes which may be just a provocation, right? All this is resulting into a competition that who will become more powerful as far as the military and army is concerned. Instead of competing on Gyan, instead of collaborating on Gyan, instead of creating solutions for the world, we are putting our focus and energy in something which can easily be avoided if people are sorted from inside. So this is where the discussion forums, the Gyan Manthan, Chintan, Adhyan, all these are important, right? Several people keep talking, keep asking this question that Hitesh ji, why, what are you doing on the ground? Why are you just talking and talking? So I keep telling them that talking is a subject of karmendriya. It is a subject of sense of action, and talking proactively solves several problems on the ground, right? So if we do not talk, if we do not bring people together, if we do not connect the minds, then ultimately it will remain as a fragmented mandate of humanity, and solution on the grounds will not be easily achieved. So I really recommend that people should talk more. They should discuss, right? This is where the egoless and emotionally unbiased decision-making process can be enabled, right? So we all should talk. We should create several such forums, and ultimately the voice should reach to the United Nations, that through talks itself, several problems on the ground can be solved. And for the situations which have reached to the emergency level, yes, we need to integrate several NGOs and people working in those domains, and we are actually doing that too. We have hundreds of organizations within our system, and we are formalizing their membership and association with us through various guiding documents and proposals. That will take few months, but it will definitely happen. So great that we see the synchronization of thought process between various panelists here. Coming to the next question, which is again related to the defense, that budget of defense of all countries can be used in progress of humans. And that's what I've said, that if the focus is going towards the defense, not only the material resource, but our mental resource is also going towards the war or prevention of war. Instead of that, we should focus on more important issues like poverty, hunger, starvation, gender equality, and other types of important things. So why to focus on just war, and war, right? So this is a good point that is raised today, and we will definitely take note of it and present this in an appropriate forum. Okay, now there is a question from Dr. Sanjay Pandey, and before I respond to this, I would like the panelists to share their thoughts about it. The question is related to human fear. That what are, kindly explain the 3 basic fears, and do we have free will? So if we have a free will, then why these fears? And if these fears are there, do we really have a free will or not? So let us go in a round robin way. First, let us go to Dr. Francine Pinto for this for her insight about this question. So let me repeat the question once again. The 3 basic fears, and do we have a free will?
Francine Pinto ji, आप mute पे हैं.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So actually, fear is one of the lowest frequencies. So from my point of view, from my thought process, what I've been working on last several years is that humans are totally emotional and feeling beings. So the lowest frequency and the worst frequency is fear. And fear happens when you are out of tune of the source energy. So the fear is the factor which rest of the world tries to continue. So today, whatever we are seeing, this COVID pandemic, we see the inequality. It is created by some people, like a programming on the mass who has lost the eternal knowledge. So I feel the fear is basically roti, kapda, makan, all your natural, the bottom of the survival state. The free will is given to us. We all have it. But again, you don't utilize it until you become actualized. So fear continues to dominate you so long as you are, in survival mode. So for fear to get out of the system, I think forums like this or mentors, you have to have the saubhagya. You should be bhagyashali to be able to get the right people to open your mind. And there is the karma or the good where leaders like yourself and the mentors come in. I think we all get actualized only because through the right people. And that's, if you're not there in that right moment, in that right place, that fear will continue and you will, complete your journey on earth doing nothing. Fear mein jeete jayenge or, you will not do anything. So it is only when the right people touch you, and then that ek moment mein wo change ho jata hai, and you break from that fear. You understand that you are master of your own fate. You are the source and the energy. And jab saath mein sab jut jate hain, then automatically the peace, then there is no need. So fear creates hate, fear creates anger, fear creates everything. And then there are few people who use that. But on the other side, there are mentors and the right people who can motivate and build. Lavisha is herself a young child, but I think actualized. So as a previous panelist again also said, age is just a number. So I think sometimes we are blessed. Like for myself, I'm a daughter of two teachers. So from young age, I was brought up in that, environment of being, selfless and seva. And, though I belong to a Christian community, we would visit all the Ganpati pandals, we would go for Dandiya, we would have go for Eid to all my parents' students' house. So that communal harmony was taught to us. And it continues in my family, for my children and for that. So the fact is, it is the upbringing and the right people putting the right seeds, and that fear, once it is overcome, I think automatically each person becomes actualized and can live the best life and create the best world. I hope I've given my answer in my way.
Yeah, it is really great that you have shared your response based on your own experience and upbringing. Thanks a lot, Francis ji. So now 60-second answer from Lavisha on fear.
All right. I think that my answer would totally be in context of what ma'am said, that, what happens, we humans are, stuck into into our needs. Like, when you study about the Maslow hierarchy of needs, so our needs, like, physiological needs, then it comes to safety needs, then it comes to needs of belongingness needs, and there's self-esteem, and then comes the self-actualization. So many people just get stuck into the self-esteem itself. Like, there's so many who are so less people who get into that need, that stage of their life, that they become self-actual. So all that, fear is related to the needs that are, lower than the self-esteem. Like, people have this thing that we need safety, that is something of fear. People have fear that we need belongingness. Nobody wants to be alone in their life. They need people of the same peer group. They need people, when it comes to physiological needs, hunger and thirst is one of the needs that we need. So people just get into these, they stuck themselves, in these particular needs itself, and then, it results into a fear. And when this fear comes, of course, the human becomes greedy. That human becomes, very lusty about things, money matters a lot in these things, and losing all the things affects them a lot. So yeah, self-actualization is something like we need at this particular time, and that's what is, if you're self-actualized, no fear, nothing such needs can even like affect you in these ways. So death is also like related to that in a personal way. That's a very great comment. So that's all. Like if the humans are when they get out of these last year's this greedy behavior of them, there's the stage when they get into that life and that mindset of the people, and there's a stage when you call yourself as fearless. So that's what. Thank you for the question.
Thanks, Lavisha. And relating it with Maslow's model, which is my primary subject, is quite encouraging and made me interested to talk more about it with you. Now going to Sudhirji, your 60-second answer from the perspective of a teacher.
बिल्कुल
on
बिल्कुल
fear.
मैं मैस्लो हायरार्की ऑफ लॉ पे नहीं जाऊंगा, मैं सिर्फ एक बात कहूंगा जो कि शंकर प्रसाद ने कहा है, निर्भय स्वागत करो मृत्यु का। संजय जी का एक दूसरा पॉइंट पे आ गया, दैट इज नॉट द नीड व्हेन व्हाई वी फियर। निर्भय स्वागत करो मृत्यु का, मृत्यु एक है विश्राम स्थल, जीव जहां से फिर चलता है, धारण कर नवजीवन संबल। तो अगर हम अपने सिर्फ गीता के सार को याद रखें, व्हेन देन देयर इज नो फियर। भय हमारा एक इल्यूजन है, यह एक भ्रम की अवस्था है। अगर मैं भारतीय ज्ञान के उदात्त परंपरा को बताऊं तो ये सिर्फ एक भ्रम की अवस्था है। अपने उद्यम, श्रम और कर्म से हम इस भ्रम को दूर कर सकते हैं। हम अपने हिस्से का फर्ज अदा कर रहे हैं, हमारा अपना अगर इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट ठीक है, हमारे अपने वर्किंग स्टाइल अगर बेहतरीन है, तो निश्चित ही हम अपने भ्रम की अवस्था से दूर हो सकते हैं और इस फियर को अपने से दूर कर सकते हैं। मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा। धन्यवाद।
बिल्कुल, आपने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा है, क्योंकि दो ही तरह का ज्ञान मनुष्य को हो सकता है, या तो ब्रह्म ज्ञान होगा वरना भ्रम ज्ञान होगा। Either we will be visionaries or we will be illusionaries. So fear is that illusion which comes at level 2. So we have mapped the Maslow's hierarchy of needs into various level of seeking and various level of visions. We have extended Maslow's model at least 100 times in the content that we have created. So physiological needs are our S1 needs, then security needs S2, and so on. And S6 needs are our transcendental needs. Only after reaching to the S6 level, we are able to understand the truth of this world, right? So once this clearly like implies that unless we are at S6, we are in the zone of illusion, and the fear gets created due to illusion. We are fearful of only those things which we do not know, right? We fear from darkness. We don't fear from light. Right? As soon as the light of knowledge comes to us, the fear vanishes. And this is not only the physiological or you say physical world related fears. Fear comes from mental world, right? And self-actualization, if we talk about the definition, one very simple definition of self-actualization is kaisi bhi ho paristhiti, ek si ho manosthiti. That our manosthiti, the mental state, should not drop from self-actualization state, even if the circumstances are tough. So that's how we win. All those self-actualized people, they have won over their fear and greed and have understood why they are on this planet and who they are. These are the 4 questions that we have. These are the 4 techniques, in fact, to influence human beings. We influence each other through Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed, Niti only. There is no 5th technique through which people can be influenced, and that applies to influencing ourselves also. So either we are influencing ourselves through fear, Dandaniti, or Damniti, which is greed, or Sam and Bhedniti, which means knowing the Brahma Gyan. So if all this was there in the education system itself, and that's why I specifically asked this to Sudhirji, that if it is there in the education system itself, then the people, the products of that education system would be fearless. And when we say fearless, it doesn't mean, there can be a negative connotation to it also, that fearless means the person may become a terrorist, or the person may damage the society without having the fear of death. It's not about that. It's about taking the life, situations of life, accepting them, and giving a response based on eternal principles, not on the basis of our ego and emotions. So fear, anger, and all these vanishes as soon as even the person reaches to S3, love and belongingness level of self-actualization. Because security comes at S2. And why we also need to understand why we fear and what is that true fear which we should have. A movie maker has made 2 movies, the same person. One movie was Darna Mana Hai and another movie was Darna Zaruri Hai. So both are important. We need to understand the context कि किस context में डरना मना है, and we also need to understand कि किस context में डरना जरूरी है. So ये context ही लोग नहीं समझ पाते. तो अगर हम देखें तो मैस्लो मॉडल की सबसे नीचे की layer है, that is completely physiological layer. And when we see the S2 layer, security layer, it is physiochemical layer, right? It is a protective layer around our body so that we can preserve our annamaya kosh, that is this body. If we do not preserve that, then life will end there. Then you have to come again to work on your mission. That's why a little bit of fear is okay. Now, how to get rid of this unnecessary fear? The answer lies in the next layer itself, the S3, love and belongingness layer. The more people you know, the more people you belong to, you feel belongingness with, the lesser will be the fear. Because they are your safety net. They are your protective layer. These are nothing but our psychological. Then we go to self-esteem. Self-esteem is our emotional intelligence, a mix of emotions and intelligence. Then we go to self-actualization, which is devoid of any ego and emotions, and it is pure intelligence. So when we arrive at the pure intelligence level, we see the problems very clearly and we see the solutions as well. And that's why self-actualized people, due to this scientific reason, are able to perform much higher than what other people do. So our intent through this entire process, the goal number 0, self-actualization of all leaders, is that all leaders should come out of their physiological, physiochemical, chemical, and emotional intelligence needs and focus on their logical and rational needs by understanding the clear why in every context. Right? So all these forums and everything is being created for those leaders. And I'm very happy that we have had a very meaningful discussion today. It was really a wonderful panel. All presentations were awesome. I would definitely give it a priority to edit today's presentations over the other pending editing tasks that I have on my shoulders. So thanks everyone. Thanks a lot. And for all those questions which we will come across, we will continue to share it with you to get more insights. And we invite all of you to be on the Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. Thanks a lot. And for the formal vote of thanks, I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Arvind Tiwari, to proceed. And then we will also share in a minute the agenda for tomorrow. Yes, over to you, Arvind ji.
धन्यवाद हितेश जी. और एज यूजुअल आज का सेशन काफी अच्छा था, रादर बहुत अच्छा था. और इसमें अगर आपकी अनुमति हो तो मैं कुछ चीजें कहना चाहता हूँ हितेश.
Yes, please do that, and do that in English so that it won't be edited from the video. We want it to be one session, one language. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The question of 70% and personal conflict and not many things and basic requirements. We have to understand basic things that from where it grows and from where it develops. Basically, it develops from your personal way of living, whether you are living जिंदा रहना या जीना. When you are working to stay alive or you are actually alive, these are two different things. First, this difference has to be understood, which requires a lot of deliberation. And second part, 70% of the budget and all those things. The only thing I'll say, I am Nija Paroveti Karna Laguchetasam Udar Charita Nam tu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Again, this thing will come from a lot of discussions and learning, and for which one has to understand Project YugParivartan and the various programs being conducted by this team. So I'll not take much of time because the presentations were awesome, and I'll straight away go to vote of thanks. Honorable mentor, Mr. Hitesh Chandel, honorable guest speakers and panelists, dearest team members and our most valuable participants. Pleasant afternoon to this wonderful gathering. I, Arvind Tiwari, an integral member of Project YugParivartan core team, feel privileged to propose a vote of thanks. As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that highest appreciation is not with the words, but to live by them. First and foremost, we thank the Lord Almighty, who has designed and refreshed our souls with a sweet stream of blessings. Thank you, Lord. We express our gratitude to our Honorable Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel to organize such a wonderful event on this virtual platform as part of Project YugParivartan. His incredible leadership, timely and proper advice, and the improvement for decision making provided us with the opportunity to conduct the summit. We have been fortunate enough to have eminent persons from different regions to share their views on the Goal 10, that is reduced inequalities, of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are sure that the participants must have benefited by attending the 14th day of this 24 days Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit 2021. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Dr. Francine Pinto for her deep understanding about UNSDG reduce inequalities. She has very aptly explained the genesis of inequalities and enlightened us on how the system designed by non-self-actualized leaders has resulted into so many inequalities between human beings. The common purpose of share and care for each other is very well pointed by her. And it has come because of her actual practicing on the ground. So many thanks to you, Dr. Francine Pinto. Further, we are grateful to Lavisha Solanki, who at such a tender age developed such a maturity about the subject, which gives us a confidence that youth of today would definitely be a self-actualized leader of tomorrow. We would love to see her joining the Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform, soon to be launched Youth Wing. We loved her energy, and with only one question and a thought for her, why to join IS when the like Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform is there, which is anyway going to be a much bigger platform. I would also like to express our sincere thanks to Mr. Sudhir Kumar for his glorious explanation with a lot of inputs on inequalities and how our ancient wisdom can come to our help in tackling that. The concept of having 17 UNSDGs included in the manifesto of every political party and asking them to mention their approach towards achieving the goals in the manifesto is truly a guiding light for positively influence the leaders of the world by common people and beautifully mixing the Sanatan Vedic Sanskriti to all his deliberations. Wonderful, Mr. Sudhir Kumar. Finally, it is heartening to listen to the thoughts of very own SLDP graduate, Mr. Srinivas Kumar Yarapatteji, for speaking out of the box, reduce inequalities. His contributions. Gratitude to all the speakers who generously accepted our invitation, spared their precious time from busy schedule, and shared their valuable knowledge and expertise with us. Thank you, dear sirs and ma'ams. Hope all participants today would have gained a lot of insights into the subject of reduced inequalities, and I'm sure that the upcoming days of the summit will bring a lot of value to every participant's life. With this, I hand over the mic to Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel to inform the audience about the agenda of tomorrow's session and then formally close today's session. Thanks to you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Arvindji, for this wonderful vote of thanks. And these words are not enough to give proper justice to the wonderful insights that we have got today. Nevertheless, let us now formally close this session of today by giving a guidance about tomorrow's event. Today was 14th day. Tomorrow we have the 15th day, and this is our agenda. Yes. here we go. So day 15 is also loaded with a lot of insights about United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. Tomorrow's focus is on goal number 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. We will have Dr. Kumar M. Iyer from Education Partner and R 3.0, Mr. Atulya Mishra, Chairman and Managing Director of Tamil Nadu Power Finance, who is also an IS officer, Dr. Ajay Kumar from Zoology Department of MGPG College, Gorakhpur, UP, and Chinna Promise Chinwe, Head of Community Development Service Branch, National Youth Service Corps from Nigeria. So 4 speakers would be there tomorrow. We will have the synergy meditation as well, and then a panel discussion, and finally a vote of thanks. So we request and invite all of you to be there tomorrow as well, and continue to build the synergy with the Project YugParivartan. It is our mission, everyone's mission, and if we all come together, it's just a name. It may be a formal organization also registered with the ministry, but the platform is of everyone, right? Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform is part of YugParivartan Foundation, which is a Section 8 company, a non-profit organization. The mentoring organization is Defined Values Consultants, which is for-profit organization, because we want to demystify the spirituality by making it a professional service delivered in a professional manner, right? So we have recently seen that people from the corporate background, from the educational background, and several other non-conventional areas coming into the field of spirituality and mentoring. So we have seen all those gaps and diagnosed it and produced a very a rational framework called as Self-Actualized Leadership Development Program to develop the spiritual dimensions and the self-actualization dimensions of all people of the world in a completely rational manner. This exactly is the need of the hour. God is not something which is to be mystified, right? God is somebody who has to be demystified. So people who are in the domain of spiritual preaching, they are called as mystics. We are working on a vision so that these people can be called as demystic, right? So with this thought in mind, let us close the session, formally close the session today. It was a wonderful audience, wonderful panelists, and of course, a lot of effort behind the scenes by wonderful team members. Thanks, everyone. Looking forward to see you tomorrow. Bye for now.